So we
Hello,
heard
Sports Guru.
from Klay
How's
Thompson, and
everyone
we heard
doing
from Chris
today?
Paul, and we heard from Mikal Bridges. Obviously, all of those guys finding themselves in new uniforms as we head towards the next NBA season. Let's start with Klay. A heck of a 13-season run there with the Golden State Warriors, a historic run, but obviously he's turning his attention towards the future in Dallas. Out of the gate, though, let's hear his version of why he left the Golden State Warriors.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or wherever, whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career.
So there you have it, Matt. Re-energized in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
13 years is a long place to be in one spot, and it's like in any business where certainly you could use a little rejuvenation, and the grass is greener when you're not having a good time of where you are. And this past season,
Eat the rest of my
documented about
sandwiches.
not necessarily being miserable, but not enjoying it, not having the joy that usually comes with being a part of the Splash Brothers. And it just, you could go back a few years with the injury. It might be, he might be the missing piece. I just don't know if they're good enough, right? Is Dallas the kind of team that it just all clicked and got together, gelled right, they got the ball rolling, and he's going to be that one missing piece to get them over the hump? I'm not entirely sure about that, but he certainly has a better opportunity to make that happen and perhaps go out on a high note here.
Right, he's joining a team that was just in the NBA Finals without him. He's not going to make them any worse. I don't know if he's going to make them a ton better either, but I do think that there's an opportunity to do so. Even if he's coming off the bench, though, in that role in Dallas, it feels very different, I would imagine, from an emotional perspective than it feels being devoted to that role in Golden State, where you won 4 championships. And I think that had everything to do with his discontent there in Golden State. Now, he very obviously made a mistake in terms of turning down the extension that they had offered him a year before, because he ends up signing with Dallas for less money than he would have made, frankly, if he had taken that extension from Golden State. Betting on himself didn't work in that regard, but betting on himself might have worked when it comes to getting himself closer to a championship and feeling better overall, because I do understand what he's saying there in that clip, and I believe it, Matt, where you're rejuvenated sometimes just from a change of scenery. The place that you've done it all before, sometimes it's harder, I think, to grapple with your own diminishment, so to speak, your own aging, the coming off of the injuries, what we know that's done to his career. That sometimes is highlighted when you just stay in the same place that you've always been and that you were at in your peak. When you go to an entirely new place and everything's different, from the training room to the staff to the front office to your teammates to the food at the cash, all of it's different, all of it's new. And I think sometimes that newness can cover up a bit what has happened to you as you head towards, frankly, the end of your career.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Ever. I mean, you get to a new place.
Welcome
and
to the 2031 NFL season preseason episode 1 of this.
Maybe, he was one, certainly there at Golden State, but maybe wasn't as felt appreciated as much. And so it's going to be interesting to see now, spinning it forward, what this kind of looks like. I mean, can you count on a Luka, Kyrie, Klay on the court at the same time late in the game to get a stop? Right? If you need that, I'm not necessarily sure about that. I mean, you add someone with 4 NBA championships, so that's important. And the skill set is certainly there. Kyrie has a championship. But let's not forget, like with Klay, you're not signing him so that in November and December in these Christmas Day games, so that he wins you these types of games. You're signing Klay Thompson so that when May and June come around, he's hitting big shots for you. So you just wonder if there's a, dare I say, load management plan or something for Klay to make sure that he is peaking at the right time, because, not necessarily being injury prone, but you want to put him in a little bit of bubble wrap here as the season goes on to make sure that when June hits, he's hitting his stride.
He hasn't been the same, obviously, coming off of that ACL injury and everything that else that has happened here, as he's now in his mid-30s. But at the same time, I mean, people forget, like, he is still one of the premier 3-point threats in the league. He's still averaging almost 18 points per game, shooting almost 39% on a high volume from beyond the arc this past season. And that's considering all the stuff that happened there in Golden State this past season and them tweaking with his role and him seeming, frankly, not so happy in his last season there in Golden State. So does he provide them? He doesn't solve all the problems in Dallas by any means. I don't think he's like the perfect fit. This isn't the 76ers where on paper PG-13 looks like the perfect fit. It doesn't look like that to me in Dallas with Klay Thompson, but at the same time, it does provide them another threat. And we have to remember that that's a Dallas team that we just saw in the NBA Finals, Matt, and also with a hobbled Luka. Now, I'm not saying with a healthy Luka, they would have necessarily overcome the Boston Celtics, but frankly, they would have gotten a hell of a lot closer than they did.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And look, you think about the rest of this roster. Derek Jones Jr., who they certainly wanted to re-sign, but the writing was on the wall that wasn't going to work out. So you lose out on him, who had a really good playoffs. Najee Marshall going to give you a little bit better offensively than maybe Jones did. The shooting's going to be better with Klay on the floor. There's going to be so many more options. How many open looks do you think a guy like Klay is going to get with a Luka and a Kyrie out there with him? The question is, how long can it last? Like we always say with these big these trios, let's see it. Let's see how it works. Let's see how it looks. On paper, it seems to be a really good fit. Klay's an easy guy to play with, and you know where he's going to be, and you know where to find him, just about staying healthy and staying engaged.
Well, we'll be seeing him on the court there in Dallas. Another player that we will be seeing on the court in San Antonio will be Chris Paul, and that's why he went there, because he wants to still be able to actually play at 39 years old. He recognizes that he ain't at all ring chasing joining the Spurs, but he is chasing some time on the court. Here is Chris Paul, the now Spurs guard.
My family is everything. My wife is here, my kids are back in LA, and that's where they will be during the season. And I love basketball so much that I could be close to home, but if I'm not playing, I'm not happy. Seriously. And I love my family to death. And so when we saw this opportunity, even though it'll put me away from my family knows me better than anybody. And they know that, I just want to play. I want to play more than anything. And that's why I'm grateful for them and more so grateful to be here.
What's your reaction to that bite?
I love it. I think if there's any player that has an excuse to go chase rings, it's Chris Paul. Like, he has come close before with health issues and stuff like that, getting knocked out of playoffs. We're like, if he could have just stayed healthy, then maybe they would have won a championship a few years ago. It didn't happen. And here he is, Amber, joining a team that lost 60 games last season. He could have gone somewhere, played a bench role, and said, look, I just want to get a ring. We've seen players do that, and you don't need to apologize for that when you're this deep in your career at 39 years old. But now this 39-year-old joins what was last year the league's youngest team. They're in the NBA. And Harrison Barnes comes along with him, and both he and Barnes were talking about, he said on the flight over, about how they can't wait to watch Wemby develop and be with him and see how he matures both on and off the floor, and saying that Wemby was a huge reason that he came here, but also he just wants to play. So there are guys that are just wired differently, and Chris Paul seems to be like that, where you're leaving family and, sure, we can stay at home and we can play together and I can live near my family, but if daddy's not playing, daddy's not happy. So we're going to go chase something else here, and it's not necessarily gold or a ring.
One of the oldest players in the league now joins the youngest team in the league, coached by the oldest coach in the league. It's an interesting dynamic what's happening down there in San Antonio. I agree with you. That was my initial reaction when I heard the news that Chris Paul was joining the San Antonio Spurs. I thought, good for him. He's not ring chasing, which I would have zero problem with if he wanted to go ahead and do that. But I thought, good for him. He's not ring chasing. He's doing what he actually still wants in terms of playing, getting some actual playing time, and then in terms of being a veteran leading presence. And we know what Chris Paul has meant to the NBA PA. We know that Chris Paul, I could see him completely after his playing career is over, going into something of some type of leadership position, probably coaching maybe one day. Maybe this is part of that journey for Chris Paul, where he feels like he can go down there with a very young team, with Wemby and make a real difference there in San Antonio and
be a sponge with Pop
chops
as well.
And
be a sponge with Pop.
With one of the very best coaches in NBA history. And so maybe that's what this is all about. That was my initial reaction as well. And then I heard that actual sound, and I got a little sad. Because he's saying, you know, I went there to play because playing is everything to me, and I'm not happy unless I'm playing. And I'm thinking, all right, boss, but you're 39, bro. like you're 39. Like, how,
what are
like,
those conversations at home, right? What are those conversations at home? Like, does anyone sit him down and say, Dad, like, understood, but, you know, it'd be great to have you around, you know, from October to May and June. It'd be great to have you here. Oh, you want to go and you want to play for this team? You want to play because you want to play? Okay, Dad wants to play, and maybe he's got a couple more years left. We'll let hey, Dad's paying the bills. Dad's paying the bills. We'll let Dad do what he wants. But, yeah, there is some sort of bittersweetness to that audio.
Well, and how old are Chris Paul's kids? I mean, if they're teenagers now, he might, and they are. I'm looking it up. At least his son's a teenager. If they're teenagers, I'm thinking they might be like, oh, yeah, the less we have you around, the better, Pops. You know, you're still embarrassed, even if your dad's probably Chris Paul, if you're a teenager. But the reality is that it's going to end at some point, his playing.
It's like his kids are like 14 and 10 or 15 and 11, somewhere around that.
15 and 11. You nailed it when I looked it up. So who knows? They might be too cool for school to have Chris Paul around, but at the same time, he ain't going to be able to play forever. He's 39. He's on a one-year deal. So the fact that playing is what makes him happy, I hope he finds some other happy here. And I think maybe this is the way to it, because again, I do feel like that maybe there's ulterior motives there, that he went down there to then transition after a year into coaching, front office, whatever it may be that he'll be learning from that organization. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Matt Schick filling in for Ian tonight. Does a championship change Jason Tatum's elite status in the NBA? That's next on ESPN Radio. Rolling along here on Amber and Ian, Matt Schick is filling in for Ian tonight. In honor of the 10th anniversary of Stuart Scott's unforgettable ESPYs speech, all donations to the V Foundation now through the ESPYs will support the Stuart Scott Memorial Cancer Research Fund. You can support Stuart's legacy
he doesn't even have an
at
X factor?
v.org/Stuart. That is v.org/Stuart. 100%. Every single cent that you donate goes to cancer research. You cannot say that about a lot of cancer charities. So put your money where it's actually going to go to what you want it to go to. v.org/Stuart. We will be honoring Stuart Scott tomorrow here on Amber and Ian. And as always, bleep cancer. All right, now that we got that out of the way, Matt, I can do that as a cancer survivor. Very passionate about that whole thing. But also, well, I'm less passionate about the Boston Celtics. I don't know how to make the transition. I don't like the Celtics. I'm a Miami Heat fan. Nevertheless, I'm passionate about the NBA generally. Let's talk about these C's. Jason Tatum, you and I had the opportunity to discuss it at the end of yesterday's show briefly, where Jason Tatum had given us the quotes when he sat down with Tim Bontemps and he discussed his championship. And he was asked about the legacy conversation and all the debates that are always surrounding Jason Tatum and his elite status in the NBA. And Jason Tatum responded that he does think now that this championship affects it all. He said 100%, just being the topic of discussion of so many debates or whatever it is. Can he lead a team? Is he a top 5 player? There's still a lot of things I guess they can debate. But now I've done something that they cannot debate. I've won a championship. Having that under my belt, like obviously it's still conversations to be had or whatever people want to say, but they always refer to me as an NBA champion. This has been a topic of discussion across ESPN Radio today. Harry Douglas, he hosts a show called Freddie and Harry in the afternoon on ESPN Radio. He reacted to Jason Tatum's comments. Take a listen.
Once you win an NBA championship or any championship of sorts, when people Google your name, it's going to say NBA champion, Jason Tatum, NBA champion. That will never be able to be erased. And as far as the elite status goes, always viewed Jason Tatum as an elite player. Now, there are other people out there that don't view him as that, but like the last 3 years, I definitely put him in that category as being an elite player. We just needed to see him get to a point to where he was able to win an NBA championship.
Second win.
Matt, is Jason Tatum elite?
How long's the list? Because I agree with Harry. I agree with Harry. He's one of the elite players in the NBA. He is an Olympian. That has to mean something. I mean, you go down the list, are we talking a top 25 player in this league? I don't think there's any question. Are we talking a top 15? I think he's got a pretty good argument that he's one of the top 15 players in the NBA. I think sometimes, though, with athletes, like, narratives are kind of set. And if you haven't wowed us with anything spectacular in the first 3 to 5 years of your career, you're kind of set. And then it's like, all right, you won the NBA championship, but there's a but. What did you do? Oh, you only shot 39% of the ball. Okay, well, you know, your stats were there, but Jaylen Brown out-percentaged you and shot better and was the Finals MVP. You didn't win the Finals MVP, so there's a but that can fit the narrative you had about Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum just kind of walks to the beat of his own drum. He has a competitive edge, but doesn't come out in things that he says and maybe how he's not as demonstrative as other athletes are. I think he's one of the elite athletes in the NBA. I just think sometimes people have this feeling and this thought about a player and what they should be and what they are. He's really good, and I don't know if that's good enough for some people.
It depends how you define elite to me. If we're talking top 5 player in the NBA, Jason Tatum's not that to me, and this championship doesn't put him as part of that discussion to me. If we're talking top 10, top 15, certainly. Now we're including Jason Tatum in that conversation. Is that elite? I mean, by both standards, I would say yes. You're probably pretty darn elite. If you're already the top 1% of the world because you're in the NBA, and now you're the top 15 of that 1%, less than 1%, really, statistically, if we want to get into it. And so, yes, he's elite from that perspective. It doesn't change for me the narrative surrounding Jason Tatum for 3 reasons. One is the way in which they won this championship, frankly, and it's not just in terms of all the injuries that they faced from the superstar players they were up against, but also because this team is so darn good. And so I think that when you are on a team that's really, really good, sometimes people aren't going to necessarily give you all the credit, right? It's not like he had to put them on his back individually. So there's that. Then there's the fact that he didn't actually win the MVP here in either the Finals or the Eastern Conference Finals. Jaylen Brown did that. So I don't know if that really changes the conversation. Not that Jason was
Steph
great.
Curry a while, too, right, to be Finals MVP.
And that's fine. But the narrative then changes when Steph Curry actually is adding those to his resume. Jason Tatum still has plenty of time.
On the biggest stage, winning the biggest award, the biggest individual award, the Finals MVP, certainly will go a long way to helping quell some of those things. But I don't know what's enough. Like, is it that? Because then there'll be something else. Like, well, okay, can you win a 3rd championship? I don't know what the next thing is. I just think, like you said, you've got a thought about an athlete. He's fulfilled that through the first half dozen years of his career. And now what else? What could he possibly do to break through to elite status? Average 35 points a game? Like, lead the league in scoring? I don't know what that looks like. I really don't.
Well, and that's the thing, is all of this is moving goalposts, because the reality is, had he won this thing in his 2nd year in the league, it would be a very different conversation than he's winning it now, because he's won it, in my opinion, now on schedule, on a very good team that has been in a position to win this thing now for many, many years, alongside a very good running mate, and they finally got the roster construction right, and they got the coach right, and they got everything right in place, the front office right. I mean, we've seen a lot of iterations of the Boston Celtics here with Jason Tatum. And so all of it involves the story. All of it is a moving goalpost. How does he win the next one? Is he the main player on the next one? How long until he wins the next one?
Right. And Amber, I think, too, spinning it forward to next season, I hate to be the guy, well, you won 1. Can you win 7? I hate those conversations. But if you can piggyback it next year, when you look at the context of the NBA and how teams, especially in the Eastern Conference, have gotten better and added those extra pieces, you can run this back next year as the highest paid player in the NBA and do it again against this context of the NBA. Now I think you're having that conversation, a serious one.
Maybe. Although I might be having the conversation again. Well, he's on a really good team, and he wasn't Finals MVP again. And here's the thing. Again, we already think Jason Tatum is good. Frankly, we already think he's elite. So now he has to do something pretty ridiculous in order to change the narrative. Coming up next, plenty more on ESPN Radio.
My offensive lineman just stood there.
Dak Prescott says there is absolutely nothing wrong with his ankle. He said he's getting older. Sometimes you get a little sore when you're getting older, and you want to protect that thing when you're going on a fishing trip. That's what that walking boot was about, according to Dak Prescott. You're getting older. You're
never
30 years old, Dak.
Could never be too careful.
Okay, but Matt, he's 30. I mean, buddy, it's all downhill from here. If you're already this sore at 30, I got to tell you. But hey, you know what? I'm not an elite athlete. That's the voice of Matt Schick. He is filling in tonight on Amber and Ian. Amber and Ian is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. So let's bring in some help from Dallas with this conversation.
Murray didn't fully live up to his potential, and he also didn't really do much.
Thanks for joining us. So Dak says there's nothing wrong with his ankle. I have only been in a walking boot one time in my life, and there was something incredibly wrong with my ankle, and that's why I was wearing it. What's your reaction to Dak's comments?
I mean, the bottom line is this. We remember Dak had a tragically severe ankle injury in 2020. He had 2 surgeries to repair that. He had solid metal plate put in his ankle. He has not missed a game due to that ankle, but he's had continued maintenance since that injury. It has swollen up on him at times. He's experienced some swelling when he goes fishing and on boats and different things. And Dak said it was precautionary. That's why he wore the boot. He participated in OTA, minicamp, the entire offseason program. He did tight end. He had no problem. He was today at his own football camp, running around and playing with kids with no problem. We've seen him without the boot. He wore the boot for precautionary reasons. At this point, talking to the Cowboys is not a big deal, and Dak says it's not a big deal, and Dak says he's going to be ready for training camp. So at this point, it's much ado about nothing. Again, I've talked to him repeatedly about his ankle since that injury in 2020, and he's constantly talked about having to do continual maintenance on it because of that tragic injury. It's something he's probably going to have to deal with for the rest of his life. But the fact that
was a bust.
He's not missed any practice for it. He doesn't expect any training camp for it.
All right, Clarence, so let's put the walking boot to the side. He did look good today. Let's just take him at his word. Everything's going to be fine. He's going to be ready for training camp. But then he said when training camp starts, day one of camp, his focus is going to be on helping his team. And that was an answer he gave in response to a question about his contract. So does that mean if a deal isn't done by training camp, like he's not going to even pay attention to it at the end of the season?
No. His job when he's playing football is to focus on the team. He's letting his agent handle that. You think he's going to turn down $55 or $60 million that decides to do it on September 1st? Come on. No, he's not going to do that. But the good news is that they have been engaged in talks. He said they've been talking back and forth, something that didn't happen during the spring. So there is talk. The Cowboys and the agent have engaged in talks. Clearly they're not at a deal or close to a deal, but they're engaged in talks. And Dak simply said that once camp starts, his focus is on football. He'll let his agent handle his money business. And he's also said the money always take care of itself.
All right, Clarence. So then the question is, from the Cowboys' perspective, because if you're not signing him now, I'm wondering what the incentive is to do it before the end of the season. It feels like you just let it play out. Quarterback that's just won a couple of playoff games for the Cowboys. Tell me what the incentive is for the Cowboys to get this deal done today.
Well, it depends on the narrative. You said he won just a couple of playoff games. He's also a quarterback that was second in MVP ballot last year. He's also a quarterback coming off his best season statistically. He's also a quarterback that's probably had his 3 best seasons since the injury statistically. And it is, quarterbacks can play a long time. Do the Cowboys really want to go into the potluck of not having a quarterback for the future? Is that what Jerry Jones wants at this career? I don't think so. So it's as long as they get it done before the end of the season or before the start of free agency, I think that's something the Cowboys certainly would consider, because I don't think the Cowboys really want a future without Dak Prescott. They've said that. Now, they want it at the right price. This is about negotiating. This is all about getting it at the right price. They wanted him to do a team-friendly deal. which most likely he's not going to do. But the Cowboys really not let anyone go that they wanted to keep, and they do want to keep Dak Prescott.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram Cowboys reporter, joining us here on Amber and Ian, with Matt Schick filling in for Ian tonight. So Dak, Clarence, is not the only player on the Dallas Cowboys wanting a new deal from this team. Micah Parsons is one of those players, and one of my favorite things that's happened this offseason is when Malik Hooker went on a podcast to criticize Micah Parsons for having a podcast. Like, that's so 2024, Clarence. But what is happening with Micah Parsons and his potential negotiations with this front office?
It's so Cowboys. It's so 2024, and it's so Cowboys controversial. It's actually been the state of my existence since I started covering the team in 1997 with just 4 playoff wins and nothing but controversies and unfulfilled expectations. And that's what the Cowboys team has been all about. Michael Parsons, he's sitting in the catbird seat. He understands that
same players, but just Towns on the left side now.
Next year,
the weak side of
next offseason, because he understands that Dak and CD are the primary focus at this point. They're in the pecking order. But he understands that whenever he gets paid, he's told us that, he knows he will be the highest paid defender in NFL history. The longer he waits, the money keeps going up. And based on the trajectory of his career, first 3 years in the league, top 3 NFL Defensive Player of the Year finishing balloting. He finished in the top 3 in each of the last 3 years. He's passed his success and sacks among the greatest in NFL history in the last 3 years. He knows that whenever he gets paid, he'll be the top paid defensive player in NFL history.
I was trying to break the tackle, but this man was so weak, he couldn't even get it done.
He'll be fine. He knows the money is coming.
What about the CeeDee Lamb aspect of this? What's the number he could be looking at? And could he potentially be the first deal to get done?
And I think CeeDee Lamb could be the first deal to get it done, but the bottom line is CeeDee is not showing up without a contract. You know, he's under contract, but he's not showing up. He's going to hold out. He didn't come to minicamp. He's not coming to training camp. The baseline is $32 million, you know, and certainly he was waiting for Justin Jefferson to reset the market. Justin Jefferson set the market at $35 million annually. Certainly that's something the Cowboys weren't prepared for and didn't see coming. And now they're sitting there with their eyes open and wondering. You know, Jerry Jones talked about waiting to see tea leaves fall. Was it? And now what are you going to do? Because
I don't know why it keeps doing
that. Lamb, you look at his numbers statistically, he fits right there with Justin Jefferson. It should be getting the same type of market value as Justin Jefferson.
I don't know why it does that.
The baseline is 32. The Cowboys get to 35. You know, what's it going to take to get CD in? That's the question.
You mentioned CeeDee Lamb going to hold out.
Underrated good
today around ESPN platforms about the potential of Dak doing the same thing. Why wouldn't Dak hold out?
Dak's not going to hold out, and I don't know why people are saying that. He's never considered holding out because he knows the money is coming. Dak is in the catbird seat, if I can say that again. Dak, either the Cowboys pay him or he's looking at unrestricted free agency. He's looking at unrestricted free agency. Why does he need to hold out? The money is coming one way with the Cowboys, with someone else. And again, I don't think the Cowboys are going to let him go, but Dak knows, and if you go back to 2020 when he played on a one-year deal, he played on the franchise tag, he bet on himself and got the big money, he's willing to do that again. He and his agent are smart. They've watched the market. They watched it go up and up and up, and you got Trevor Lawrence making $55 million a year, and what has he done? And so Dak Prescott has no interest in holding out. He doesn't need to hold out because either the Cowboys pay him or he hits the market as an unrestricted free agent in the prime of his career.
Yeah, 30 years old, a quarterback of that caliber. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be wild, frankly, for us to be able to witness that guy on that open market. Clarence, there's this assumption, I feel like, that a lot of people think that this is the Cowboys doing. When it comes to CD and when it comes to Dak, these negotiations that are taking a long time, that this is the front office is doing where they aren't making the deal. But is this more then that the power is so squarely in the hands because of the quarterback market and the receiver market and where those markets have gone?
Stop touching my fucking roster.
The players themselves aren't signing on the dotted line?
There's no question about it. It takes two to tango, for sure. It takes two to tango. And, Stephen Jones always said, deadlines make deals. And, training camp was usually an arbitrary deadline, but that could, something could happen then. But definitely it takes two to tango. The agents are smart. CD was always waiting on Justin Jefferson. But why did they sign CD last year? Because Justin Jefferson turned down $30 million last year from the Vikings. He was waiting on Justin Jefferson to set the market. And that's the same thing that Jamar Chase and those guys are doing. They're waiting. They're waiting for the market to continue to go up and these guys to sign, and they get the next best deal. So, yeah, even if the Cowboys won, the thing is the Cowboys really never negotiated because, they were sitting there looking and hoping that the key player would come to them to a certain extent. But in the same thing with Dak, I mean, you go back to that first deal in 2020 or 2021 when he signed his first deal. Once they made the mistake of not signing him early, he was going to sit there and wait till some of the other quarterbacks got signed, and he bet on himself, and he became the second highest paid quarterback in football at that time, which has now gone down to probably out of the top 10 because the market has jumped and jumped again. And so he has a great agent. They are watching the market, and certainly they're waiting. And again, it takes two to tango for sure. And so they were just not going to sign any deal that the Cowboys were offering. And the Cowboys, again, want Dak. They want Dak to take less money, a team-friendly deal, and Dak and his agent will not be good stewards of their profession, be good stewards of the quarterback if they took less than the market value.
Clarence, I got less than a minute left. You've covered this team for a long time. You've seen them work these contracts. You've seen these types of situations. They've said, this looks like an all-in type of season. How would you assess this window of opportunity for the Cowboys and how different things could look a year from now?
I call this a season on the brink. You got Dak, who's playing right now, playing the last year of his contract. Same thing with CD. You got Mike McCarthy in the last year of the contract coming off 3 12-5 seasons. The entire coaching staff in the last year of his contract. And certainly there's more than 20 players who want a one-year deal. This is a huge season for the Cowboys as they go forward. The things could look mightily different in 2025. And the fact that you're doing this, you got this expectation of Mike McCarthy and Dak to go further than they've ever gone, and you didn't go all in the offseason. You didn't do anything to improve this team from that Green Bay game. The talent is less, but you expect them to do more.
You can check out Clarence Hill's work in the Fort Worth Star. Thanks, Clarence. We appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Matt Schick filling in for Ian tonight. We're going to tell you why your team will not win the Super Bowl. That's next here on ESPN Radio. Nate Canales is filling in as producer for James Steele tonight here on Amber and Ian, as Matt Schick is filling in for Ian. But our normal producer, normal might be overstating it, our routine producer, James Steele, on this show, he's not necessarily the most positive fellow in the world. So he could have come up with a segment where we tell you why all the best teams in the NFL are going to win a Super Bowl, but that would be boring. And he needs a little bit more negativity in his life. So instead, he came up with a segment of why your team will not win a Super Bowl. And we start with the teams that were in the Super Bowl and won championships and won divisions and go all the way down. We are still in the midst of some of the better teams in the NFL. So it's not easy sledding, but this night is going to be fun sledding because this night is Matt Schick's team. Let's get to it.
What?
Why your team won't win the Super Bowl.
Oh, no! We suck again!
With Amber and Ian.
There's a chance we won't win.
The Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills, Matt Schick. Why is your team going to suck again?
Why are you doing this? Renee, get on the microphone. Why did you do this? Is it because I'm on here, or was it just a coincidence? This is unreal. I have to badmouth my team?
It's mostly because you're on here. That's
okay.
Correct.
All right. Look, this is something that I do not necessarily lay awake at night and think about, but it is something that as random thoughts hit your brain throughout the day, you think, how is Josh Allen of this offense going to be better than it was last year? How is this team going to get through Kansas City when Kansas City last year had a hodgepodge at receiver outside of Travis Kelce, and they upgraded? Kansas City is better next year than they were this past season, and they're coming off back-to-back Super Bowls. So this is why my concerns here lie with, I think Stephon Diggs, maybe there was some locker room stuff going on, the salary cap hit, understood all of that. But losing Stephon Diggs, who was one of the main reasons Josh Allen's career ascended the way that it did, leaves me going, I don't know where you're going to come up with that. You got about 180 receptions that are up for grabs between him and Gabe Davis and a couple of others that were let go. I'm not sure how they account for that. I mean, apologies to Dalton Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, and Chase Claypool, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It sounds like, I was reading today, Michael Thomas might be looking at the Bills as the 31-year-old aging wide receiver. Like, I don't know what it looks like, but it doesn't look as good as it did last year. And I think the Bills had a golden opportunity last year hosting the Chiefs in the divisional game. They lose that game. They've got 8 games against 2023 playoff teams this season, including both Super Bowl participants. Yes, Matt Milano coming back and him being injured last year, him coming back hopefully 100%, that helps. But you lost Tre'Davious White. He goes to the Rams. The roster downgraded, Amber, and that's the biggest reason why they won't win the Super Bowl. And gosh, I hope I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. You're dead on, because the reality is that they couldn't, with Stephon Diggs, get past the Kansas City Chiefs. Given, in fairness to Buffalo, nobody could, right? And we've seen that time and again over the years. But they have to get past that team in order to, win a Super Bowl. And if they couldn't do it without Stephon Diggs, if they couldn't do it after the Tyreek Hill years when Patrick Mahomes was out there throwing to receiver by committee, I don't know how they're going to do it now when Buffalo doesn't have Stephon Diggs. He's now a Texan. And, oh, by the way, the Kansas City Chiefs have Hollywood Brown, who's arguably the best receiver they've had since Tyreek Hill. And so that team just got a little bit better.
Good job, Chris Burns.
This team got a little bit worse. And it was cap casualties that happened here, where you trade away Diggs and you get a very minimal return. You also let Gabe Davis walk in free agency, as you mentioned. All right, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakur, I don't even think you mentioned him. The saving grace here for you could be Keon Coleman, who was their draft pick out of Florida State. Keon Coleman could be a big boomer bust kind of draft pick, okay? So if we're going why they won't win the Super Bowl, it's because he ends up being a bust. Keon Coleman had the slowest 40 time at the Combine out of all wide receivers. But if I was trying to make Matt feel better, which I'm not trying to make you feel better, but if I was,
let's go,
you, Matt, very strangely, Keon Coleman was the fastest player on the field during drills, according to Next Gen Stats. So he was simultaneously at the Combine the slowest and fastest receiver that we saw coming out of college football. What does that mean? It means that nobody really knows how to fully evaluate this player. Obviously, Buffalo saw something in him. If he does turn out to be what they expected, then maybe you don't miss Diggs so much. But again, that's not the purpose of this segment. So for the purpose of the segment, I'm going to tell you that wide receiver room is too much for them to overcome. And then finally, Matt, you're also not going to win the Super Bowl because my Miami Dolphins are going to win that division.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm glad you didn't lead with the Dolphins. You finished with the Dolphins. There's no question that was going to be coming and emanating out of your vocal cords. But look,
press the tackle down the sideline.
You, as a coach, you're a GM. You fire the fat guy, you hire the skinny guy. You fire the mean guy, you hire the nice guy. I don't know if Stephon Diggs' personality just rubbed people the wrong way. There's some locker room issues or what. But they brought in they replaced him with Keon Coleman, who is as affable and personable. They love his personality. That's all great. Personality ain't going to catch touchdowns. Like, I hope he can play at this level. I know he can play at this level. It's just a matter of the impact he can make this season, because that's what this segment is. What can the Bills do this season?
Wow, it took us that long for it to activate.
I don't know why they're making me say why my team won't win the Super Bowl.
How do you think I feel as a Saints fan, Matt Schick?
That you go for 7 straight minutes and trash talk your own team so you can feel what this feels like. So let me tell you, it doesn't feel good. Does not feel good.
I mean, we do have some weaknesses. In Buffalo, the obvious glaring weakness is wide receiver, right? Beyond that, they're still a pretty darn good team. Decent about the pieces. Now, the Josh Allen component of this is a real test.
Make sure you stop fucking throwing picks.
And we certainly saw Josh Allen become the quarterback that he is because of the presence of Stephon Diggs in part. So what does it look like after the departure of Stephon Diggs? I'm one who thinks that he's a developed enough quarterback and that he will stand alone and that it wasn't a single receiver lifting him up, but we'll see.
Right.
It is pretty amazing.
Defensive front, Greg Rousseau, Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, AJ Epinesa, like Matt Milano coming back. Like there is some good front.
Now we're doing why they will win.
Yes, we're spinning it, James. Forget you, James.
What I will say is that it's pretty amazing that with all the drama and all the rumors about why Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs didn't get along, they were as good together as they were.
They were awesome together. It was fun to watch.
But then it didn't seem like those guys liked each other. It didn't seem like those two guys liked each other very much.
Stop disparaging my team.
So
but I mean, Matthew,
coming up,
be real with yourself.
We continue our NFL Rankum series here on ESPN
2 fumbles.
NFL training camps come our way at the end of this month. It is starting to feel like we are inching ever more closely, Matt Schick, to NFL season. Can you feel it? Can you taste it? Is it getting close enough?
Excitement. It
Great
smells
guy.
like
Gone
fantasy
too soon.
football. It smells like lost wages, and I'm here for it. I know how.
He dropped it wide open catch.
Without the NFL, I would probably have some few more shekels in the old pocket, but I am ready, and I am prepared to lose them here as training camp begins. That's a sign of the times.
That is certainly a sign of the times. Amber and Ian is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. Obviously, Matt Schick is filling in for Ian tonight. You can find him at ESPN_Schick.
I should have
game you're playing. Matt, I know you've been here a long time, but whenever you have ESPN in the handle, a dangerous game that you're playing. Negotiations. Next time they come up here.
How did Philip Rivers never make it to a conference
championship? Looking at your handle like, okay, buddy, sure you're gonna leave. Okay,
that's it, right? That's why you named the show Amber and Ian, or Ian and Amber, right? They can't get rid of you. That's the way.
They can't, exactly. At Amber W Sports is how you find me. So as we get you ready for heading towards NFL training camp and of course eventually NFL season, we like to give you our NFL Rankum series. Today, off-season additions. Let's get to it.
From the top 5 rookies.
Caleb Williams, unbelievable. Malik Neighbors is the most explosive wide receiver in this class.
To the top 5 coaches on the hot seat.
It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him.
And everything in between.
Going on a trip to Egypt is not that important.
ESPN Radio's NFL Rankum. The top 5 off-season additions.
All right, our number 5 off-season edition. Do I have a number 5 sounder?
Number 5.
Oh yeah, there we go. Now I feel official. The 5th best off-season edition, and I struggled with this one, Matt, because I went back and forth on whether I should include the draft in off-season editions. And I had heard some of the other shows do it.
Did you do the draft?
I don't go draft crazy.
I just wanted to see how my boy will look Saturday. I don't particularly like doing it during the regular season, but I don't mind doing it during the preseason.
It's not going to be where you think I'm going to go. Where I'm going to go
Demetrius Morel, his first NFL touchdown.
Is Ricky Pearsall out of the University of Florida.
That deep ball, that long-range Jedi came into play right there.
However, that's not
when the icon, when the parabola for the reticle is blue, that means you put it on target.
The thing with Ricky is he's going to be spectacular in that offense one day. The reason that this is so significant, though, today to me is I actually think it has everything to do with why they haven't worked out a deal yet with Brandon Ayuk, because they draft Pearsall, who they didn't think, some people thought they were reaching a little bit where they drafted him. They didn't necessarily think that they were going to be in a position to get him. If they end up seeing, even if they're not playing him a ton in the regular season,
that's just a shocking score in a preseason. 56
and in practice and in training camp, so they think he's the future. then that's not going to help the negotiations that already haven't been going well between them and Brandon Ayuk. Deebo Samuel, same thing. They can get out of that contract and save about $9 million on the cap. And also Jennings isn't under contract after this season, just like Brandon Ayuk. So I do think the acquisition of that particular draft pick affects so many.
If they need me to take the groceries upstairs, I don't mind doing it.
49ers roster, that's why I have it here at number 5. What do you think?
Maybe most impactful acquisitions and additions that could be because of the domino effect.
The hell, that person's body morphed.
Dynasty pick here.
Yeah, Madden, you need to fix your game.
Gators you have in your top 4 for acquisitions here, but he's really good. Could he return punts as well? Could Tim Tebow? Yes, he's back, baby. He's back. Could Ricky Pearsall? Could he return kicks as well? Like he's one of those guys that you could find a spot for, and if he's having a good camp, has a good start to the season, certainly that's going to impact a lot of things there in San Francisco.
And at UF, I mean, he was absolutely phenomenal for people who don't know at UF. He did things that, from a Gators perspective, we hadn't seen number-wise in 2 decades there at the University of Florida, and it's been a pretty decent run there over the last 30 years at UF. So he's a phenomenal player, but again, more the domino effect than anything else. Number 4.
Number 4.
Derrick Henry to the Baltimore Ravens. Now, here's the deal. We're all going to say, oh, D. Henry, he's past his prime.
Are you sure about that?
That man has played less than, I think, 16 games in a season. D. Henry is one of those backs who we keep expecting to fall off a cliff, Matt, and he hasn't yet.
Oh, wow. That almost was alert by my defensive lineman flying.
On a very good Ravens team and providing Lamar another weapon. I think that's a really interesting offseason addition, even at this age, for Derrick Henry.
It's funny because Willie Taggart, the running backs coach there, former college coach, admitted in camp that he was concerned how he would fit in the offense. And then he saw him on the practice field. And usually with Derrick Henry, once you see him up close, your concerns evaporate. And as you see him perform, it's year after year. Now, it's hard to believe he's already 30. So you just anticipate at the age of 30 things to be on the backside and you kind of go down the cliff a little bit. We'll see how precipitous that is this season. But led the league in yards after contact last season. And was hitting 22 miles an hour in one run. So, I mean, the guy can still play. And now you got a chip on your shoulder, on those big, big shoulders for Derrick Henry. I'm in on that. I like that pick.
Yeah, one season where he played less than 15 games in his entire almost near decade career at this point, 8-year-long career at 30 years old. It's a 2-year, $16 million deal, and we know what he brings there in terms of size and power. I just think that's an interesting addition there for a team that's already good. Next.
Number 3.
Stephon Gilmore to the Houston Texans. Now, your loss as a Buffalo Bills fan is C.J. Stroud's gain. And I think that this is a really interesting one because you're talking about a team that already exceeded expectations by leaps and bounds last season in Houston, and a quarterback.
Wait, are you saying you said Stephon Gilmore? You said Stephon Gilmore.
Diggs.
Do you mean Stephon Diggs? Okay, because we did lose Gilmore years ago with the Bills.
There's a lot of Stephons.
There's a lot. Stephon Urkel, Stephon Gilmore. I mean, we can do power rankings of Stephon.
We could, actually. And now that I'm thinking about it, you guys with Stephon, they'll last in Buffalo. All right. Diggs, the other Stephon. Let's try
down the sideline. Are you serious? A fullback?
Continue to improve for a team that under D'Amico Ryan's rookie season as a head coach had no expectations with a rookie quarterback that was better than any rookie
35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30 to the 28-yard line.
To build around him and provide him even more weapons. Dangerous offseason acquisition.
Yeah, I would rather that Houston got Stephon Gilmore than this because I know what this addition is going to do for C.J. Stroud. It might not mirror exactly what happened with Josh Allen, but it's certainly going to hurt. He might be on my list as well later on when I unveil my top 5 additions. I co-sign that with you. Stephon Diggs.
The other Stephon. Next.
Number 2.
All right, let me try not to mix these two up because there's also multiple Harbaughs that I could go after here. All right, it's Jim. I think Jim's the one, right? That's in Los Angeles. Yeah, him as an offseason acquisition for the Los Angeles Chargers. I think bringing in Jim Harbaugh as a coach, obviously an excellent get there by a team that had been rumored for years that maybe they were going to go after him. Him coming back to the NFL, I'm really curious to see how it looks and how it looks with that quarterback. But at the end of the day, that team has been underperforming for years now with Justin Herbert. Matt, I think that this is a big get.
Not to be confused with Jay Harbaugh, the son of Jim, who's the special teams coordinator for the Seahawks, or John Harbaugh, the head coach of the Ravens. There are a lot of Stefans and a lot of Harbaughs. I'm with you. I think this is, in terms of compelling additions that are going to be must-see on TV, and then post-game news conferences, how he handles the team, all those things. Sign me up for a little bit of Harbaugh. Love the top 5 list there so far.
And finally,
number 1.
Kirk Cousins to the Atlanta Falcons. I think that's the biggest offseason addition because Falcons, I mean, it's undeniable that it's a huge upgrade from Desmond Ridder to Kirk Cousins with the resume that Kirk Cousins has.
And Desmond Ridder never did much in college, nor did he play in the NFL. He's coming off of the
injury. Nevertheless, he still will provide them.
I will never call a player, another NFL player, a bust anymore because I didn't put in the work that they did, so I don't feel comfortable doing that anymore. It just feels disrespectful to their families.
You had the goal and the audacity to draft a quarterback in the first round, and everybody lost their mind. I actually didn't hate that move in Atlanta. You have to nail that position. I feel like they've got the idea for the right now and also the right idea for tomorrow.
That theme song is not part of Syria.
The Falcons, but it's been a big offseason for the Atlanta Falcons.
How about a Kirk Cousins coming off an injury and maybe a little ticked off at what privately about how that draft went. A little chip on the old shoulder for old Kirk, turning 36 years old, 4 years, $180 million for a team that performed decent for what they had at the quarterback position.
Yeah, look, as a Saints fan, they tore him up. They tore him up.
Off-season addition. I mean, they go from maybe a middle back in that division. It's a very winnable division to perhaps the favorite.
So that was my 5 best in our Rankum series for off-season additions. We will find out a little bit later in the show what are Matt's off-season additions, so stay tuned for that. But coming up next, is Dan Campbell the reason why the Lions won't win a Super Bowl? Some people at ESPN Radio took issue with our Rankum series from yesterday. We'll get back into that here next. With our NFL Rankum series, well, we have to tell you all sorts of stuff about the NFL getting you ready. We simultaneously came up with our own feature here on Amber and Ian because we're doing the Rankum series across ESPN Radio. Our own feature here, exclusive to Amber and Ian, why your team won't win a Super Bowl. And that one is getting us in trouble, so to speak, on some of these other ESPN radio shows. And I wonder, Matt, if they even understand that we have to take the best we have to do it. So we have to tell you, even with the best teams in the NFL, we even do one where we tell you why the Chiefs have no shot at winning the Super Bowl this season. I don't know if they get the context. It's even funnier, frankly, if they don't. But you and I did the Detroit Lions, and Matt Schick is filling in for Ian.
It was very challenging yesterday, Amber. It was very challenging with the Detroit Lions.
We did the Detroit Lions yesterday, and we named several reasons that they will not win the Super Bowl. One of the ones that I went in on is Dan Campbell, because I have been.
Will you stop sending me junk mail, please?
Campbell, although everyone else,
like, what the hell?
Coming off a
like, I did not sign up for any of those companies. I don't know why I keep sending me junk mail.
So I had gone in a bit on Dan Campbell. Chris Carlin, he hosts a show called Carlin versus Joe.
I don't know why it glitches like that.
12 to 3 Eastern, Monday through Friday on ESPN Radio. And he reacted to what I said about Dan Campbell potentially being a reason they will not win a Super Bowl. Take a listen to Carlin.
If the Lions are in the Super Bowl, part of the reason will be that Dan Campbell learned from the experience. Campbell's ability to motivate and to get his team to buy in, I think it's very difficult to come back from that if you change who you are in the biggest of situations.
So he's referencing there that Dan Campbell would have learned from the situation of blowing the NFC Championship last season. I'm assuming that's the reference that he's saying. So they find themselves in a Super Bowl. It will be because of Dan Campbell, so he won't repeat mistakes. So I could make that same argument, Matt, about the conference championship itself. They were there in part because certainly Dan Campbell had coached his way there, except for also he then made the mistakes in the biggest moments. Because the reality is, Dan Campbell is an incredibly aggressive person, has an order, and gives us amazing sound bites. Also, he's an incredibly aggressive coach, and sometimes that can catch up with you a bit.
It can. Your aggressive nature, though, that's what defines him, and that has allowed him to become who he is. I'm with Carlin on this, and look, we were kind of grasping at straws yesterday about what could come back to bite them, but it's true about Dan Campbell, and he was one of the reasons, the aggressive nature of his calling, of his play calling, going for it specifically on fourth downs, was one of the reasons. If he doesn't learn from that, if he is a little more strategic, and look, the analytics will back up most of what he did in that NFC Championship game last season, but analytics don't always have the finger on the pulse.
You want me to come help you with the groceries? Coming downstairs now.
And how your players are feeling here. You're up 24-10, third quarter, chance to take a 3-score lead with a field goal. You go for it. Your player drops the football.
I'll be back.
Is that on him?
I gotta go do some chores.
Or is that on Dan Campbell? Then you fall behind in the fourth quarter. You could have.
Ooh, helmet hit. I actually forgot there was like 20 seconds left in the corner. Oh my god. My legs go, but that helps outside. Yes, because I'm doing a video.
You got the big thing of noodles too? Okay.
It's been a while since we've had that too.
Definitely make sure that's all our bags. Yeah, that's all of them.
Cool beans. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's one of my favorite ones, other than Peaches and Cream. Well, listen. Oh, yes! Let's go! They're finally gonna pull chicken finally. Oh, yes! Yeah, I know so well. What's wrong? Excuse. I'm not eating anything. Damn, they already uploaded all the episodes. Stop sending me junk mail.
Tied it up at 27, you go for it again. Pass sales incomplete. Pair of fourth down failures in field goal range. Those types of things can come back to. Haunt you. I also go back to maybe that regular season game against the Cowboys where
Let's go back to where the natural injury happened. You okay? Okay. I heard you. Wait. Are you using the chair? Yes. Oh yeah.
Because our player didn't, quote, report in the right won that game. They had 5 one-score wins. It should have been 6 in the regular season because of that. So you have to give Dan Campbell a lot of credit for how he's adjusted to the role. I don't know how much he needs to learn from it, because I don't think he made too many poor decisions last year. Even in that NFC Championship game, maybe one of those should have gone the other way. But at some point, guys got to make plays.
I mean, they caught up a huge lead in an NFC Championship game. So some of that is going to end up falling on coaching. And my whole thing with Dan Campbell has always been that I felt like because people like him, because he's likable, because he's great for us as content, because he is football, right? I mean, he just is. He exudes football.
Yeah, he wants to bite your kneecaps. I mean, that's football.
Right, he wants to bite your kneecaps. It's like if you cast football in a movie, it would be Dan Campbell. And because he embodies that for all of us, I have felt like people wanted to crown him prematurely. And it's not that I think he's a bad coach, because I cannot argue against what he did with this Lions team and the ultimate turnaround. But people were doing this, frankly, before the turnaround with Dan Campbell. And I felt like a lot of it was about personality rather than actual coaching. Now, I'm not saying that he's out here and he doesn't know how to coach, and so he's truly going to coach, but at the same time, Are you okay? Stop moving.
God has returned. Not say for a sex segment. This is amazing. People went viral for all the wrong reasons. Ugh. Whew. Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair to be questioning of a coach that hasn't actually accomplished anything yet, other than the team has a better record. I mean, that's what we can say about the Detroit Lions. Yeah, the team has a better record.
Getting to winning a playoff game for the first time in 32 years. I mean, they might have been ready to build a statue of him before that NFC Championship game.
That's true, but also that has everything to do with how lowly they've been and not necessarily how amazing Dan Campbell has been. And I think that gets lost in this a little bit. If this wasn't the Lions, if the bar wasn't so low.
You don't give Jason Tatum credit because the team is too good. Now you're not giving Dan Campbell enough credit because the franchise is too bad. Like, which one is it, Amber? Which one is it?
It's both. It's both. All of this factors into the narrative that surrounds you. The franchise is so bad that it makes a singular postseason win look far better than it would otherwise if you were on a decent franchise. That's just the reality of the situation, when really we have to take his performance.
And I want to get good field position.
It's a team that he has turned around. Also, there's a lot of people that could point to that roster and say you should be winning in the postseason with that roster. So we'll continue to see. We had to come up with reasons why they will not win. Keep that in mind. I couldn't go down the path of why they will win. And so for me, a little bit premature.
No timeouts. Just throw it up.
Like they also had an issue with what I said. Take a listen to Pat Costello on Unsportsmanlike.
Oh, my God.
Dan Campbell's the best coach in that division, and the Lions are going to win that division, and I think the Lions are going to be playing in the Super Bowl this year. And I think Amber's wrong to assume that it's going to be because of Dan Campbell that doesn't happen.
Well, I think a lot of time I will defend Amber in this regard for sure. A lot of times when players or people or coaches in sports are likable, we don't want to be overly critical because of how much we like them. Dan Campbell did not have a great NFC Championship game. If Mike McCarthy had that same game, we'd be all over him. Dan Campbell, it's Dan Campbell. He's a great guy. We all want to hear what he has to say, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, also, do you think that it would be different because of the Cowboys versus the Lions? Our expectations for the Cowboys are a little different than they are for the Detroit Lions, whether that's fair or not.
Sure, but make Mike McCarthy the coach of the Lions in this case then. You know what I'm saying? Like, take that part of the laundry out.
I just don't understand what we're doing. Like, I know that people don't want to assign wins as a quarterback stat, but wins is absolutely a head coach stat. Like that's what's on their resume, wins and losses. And Dan Campbell had the second best record in the entire NFL last year. So how can you not say he's a good coach?
But again, I did not say he was a good coach. I just said also at the same time, he ain't a Super Bowl winning coach, everybody. Calm down. We're not there yet, Matt.
We aren't there yet, but the way he went about his business is a big reason why they won 12 games last season and was a big reason why they won a playoff game for the first time in more than 30 years, one of the winningest seasons in the history of the franchise. And so,
Jordan.
Yes, it's one of those live
Toby
by the
Jordan
sword,
on the
die by
crossing
the
route.
sword, learning from your mistakes and all of that, and certainly you hope that he does. But if you're a Lions fan, if I'm a Lions fan, I don't want him to change a thing because last year was pretty dang fun.
No, obviously. If he can rip off another 12 wins and win that division again, then you'd be pretty stoked if you're a Lions fan. The Packers are better. The Packers are coming for it. I mean, the Vikings, will see.
Hello, Hunter.
At their quarterback position, and the Chicago Bears are improving. They're all improving. We'll see. Coming up next here, we're going to try to improve as well. Matt's going to give you his top 5 off-season additions on ESPN Radio. In honor of the 10th anniversary of Stuart Scott's unforgettable ESPYs speech, all donations to the V Foundation now through the ESPYs will support the Stuart Scott Memorial Cancer Research Fund. You can support Stuart's legacy
cancer.
at v.org.
I lost a friend of mine to cancer. Fuck it.
Stuart, where 100%
She died of spinal cancer, man.
Truly goes to cancer research. So do that. It is a good thing to do. We'll be honoring Stuart Scott tomorrow here on Amber and Ian. Tonight, though, we are getting you prepared for the NFL season. Matt Schick is filling in for Ian Fitzsimmons tonight here. Amber and Ian is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. And as we head towards NFL training camp at the end of this month, across ESPN Radio, we are
Can't
doing
change
our
it.
Rank 'em series. And tonight, it is off-season editions. If you missed mine earlier in the show, you can check out the podcast on the ESPN app.
Ooh,
now,
that was a perfect throw.
the heat is on. Matt, you ready? You're on the clock.
Let's go. Let's go.
Of course.
Is the most explosive wide receiver in this class.
To the top.
In stride, in back of the end zone. Touchdown, Max Duggins.
He had an event that was very important to him.
And everything in between. This is ESPN Radio's NFL Rank-Em.
That was a dot over the middle. The safety bit on the vertical.
All right, number 5. Oh, I love the NFL music. Let's go. I am taking a selfish approach to this one because as a TV viewer, I want to be entertained. I want it to be about me. Off-season edition, I'm going TV side. Bill Belichick on the Manning cast, Tom Brady on Fox.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be boring.
Kelsey on Monday Night Countdown, all of these.
Oh, that's going to be boring. Kelsey, maybe.
My life more enjoyable.
But Bill Belichick, he's truculent. He's not a really talkative guy. All you're going to hear is like...
At some point on a weekly basis, Amber, number 5, my TV habits have certainly been improved.
I did actually consider having those very things on my list as well, but because I had Tom Brady on my list and Bill Belichick on my list from yesterday, I didn't want to be too repetitive. Jason Kelsey obviously has to be thrown into that conversation for us too, but I agree with you. The additions that we're seeing of these Hall of Famers and future Hall of Famers on these broadcasts is a win-win for all of us sitting at home.
We are going to be loving every minute of it this football season.
Number 4.
Number 4, let's get on the football field. And I was not necessarily surprised you didn't mention it, but I haven't heard a lot of this name. Saquon Barkley.
Doug Walker is the award winner to the best running back in college football.
You're thinking, he's past his prime. It's over. You know what? Are you going to hold him playing with the New York Giants against him? Come on. Yes, he's missed at least 3 games in 4 of his 6 NFL seasons. I get all of that. But in the 2 seasons when he played 16 games, most recently in 2022, 2018 as well, totaled more than 3,600 yards and 25 touchdowns. Daniel Jones, his touchdown-interception ratio, 2.3 with Barkley in the backfield, 0.8 without him. He makes a big difference. Pro Football Focus, how about him as a pass blocker? Ranked first among running backs with 100 more pass blocking snaps last season. All of that to say that Saquon Barkley in this edition, let me just remind you, last year he had Daniel Jones, Darius Slayton, Darren Waller, and Wan'Dale Robinson. This year he's got Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, another speedster, and Paris Campbell, Dallas Goedert. I think this edition is a little flying under the radar. I got Saquon Barkley at number 4.
behind an O-line that it's not quite as good as it will have been last season. But yeah, overall, I understand what you're doing there. I considered it when I put Derrick Henry on my list. I considered the Saquon angle as well. The reason that I went D. Henry over Saquon is because of the injury history with Saquon and the durability concerns, which are obviously a concern for any back at that position when you are talking about these backs, quote unquote, past their prime. But you're absolutely right. What he still can contribute, quote unquote, past his prime is still pretty darn good if he's able to stay on that field and help Jalen out. My problem with Philadelphia Eagles is
that loss eliminated
the
Chargers from playoff contention in 2015.
I thought that they were going to take a step back last year. I ended up being right about
a franchise record for a single season. That is not a record you ever want to be a part of.
Jalen was as great as everybody thought he was coming off of the previous season. Nevertheless, Saquon certainly won't hurt things, certainly will help things, and maybe that'll make Jalen look back to his form from a year
ago. The Broncos defense in 2015 had 5 total defensive touchdowns. At that time, week 13.
Number 3.
Number 3, I'm with you, Stephon Gilmore. I think that he
Gilmore.
Stephon Diggs, that's a callback. Stephon Diggs. Sorry, we should bury
I heard Gilmore that time.
You did. You were ready to jump. Wait, you said Gilmore.
Wait, what, like Gilmore? What are you talking about? That guy's a free agent right now. He's not anywhere.
Hasn't signed anywhere. Stephon Diggs. I don't know if Stephon Diggs, the addition will do for C.J. Stroud what it did. I mean, Stephon Diggs made Josh Allen a lot of money, okay? But it is going to help C.J. Stroud. And for an offense with Houston that was without Tank Dell for the final month of the season, he was their second leading receiver. Nico Collins had 1,300 yards and 80 catches last year. He had 100 more receiving yards on 30 fewer catches than Stephon Diggs. So what do you think that offense is going to do with Diggs now in the fold? I get it, Stephon Diggs might be on the backside of his career. Then again, aren't we all? But I think the Diggs thing is being a little understated, not by you, but by others, where it's like, the Diggs thing is good. No, I think it's really good for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, he's 30 years old. He's not 40 years old. He's a receiver. He's not a running back. I mean, I think that he's still got a lot left in the tank. I just can't get over what he did for Josh Allen. And again, that's not a knock on Josh Allen, because I do think that we're going to see that now he's independent of the Stephon Diggs effect, but it's undeniable what he did when those two originally paired up.
These people must have Pica syndrome, because that's weird as a motherfucker.
He doesn't even need them in terms of the development with C.J. Stroud, but certainly more weapons, veteran weapons.
Oh, nearly picked.
That level of production, it's never going to hurt.
I have.
So why not if you're Houston?
I had to get ear irrigation done as a child because of it.
Oh, well, we really hit things with CJ, and he's on a rookie deal, and we're going to settle in and coast. Them continuing to make these sorts of deals and these sorts of trades, I give them a lot of credit. They are going for it in Houston, even though they're ahead of schedule.
And to that point, that's not the only Houston Texan addition on my list.
Number 2.
Danielle Hunter.
Oh.
4-time Pro Bowler, headed to the Texans. In fact, he's there right now. The Texans last year set a single-season franchise record for sacks. They had 46. Will Anderson had 7 of them. Went on to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Now, Jonathan Grenard goes to the Vikings, so enter Hunter here to the Texans. Anderson on record is saying, I think we will be able to cause a lot of havoc. I am excited to go to war with them. I'm excited to watch both of these guys. They're on that defensive front. I mean, we just got done talking about Houston and the Texans and their offense. Their defense took a step forward here with this signing as well. They are moving up the power rankings here as I go up this list. But Danielle Hunter, number 2.
Yeah, with D'Amico Ryans at the helm, I mean, we knew the defense was going to be their bread and butter, and we talk a lot about them hitting on C.J. Stroud. You're absolutely right. They also obviously hit on Will Anderson Jr., and now you bring in Hunter, you bring in Danico Autry. You're getting a big boost defensively, just like you're getting a boost offensively for that Texans team. Again, in Houston, they are ahead of schedule, but they are going for it. They are saying, maybe we were ahead of time, but now we are right on time. This is our time as they continue to improve.
And there was another guy on the defensive front there for the Raiders, Christian Wilkins, having Max Crosby here on the outside. You got Wilkins on the inside. That was one that I thought of putting on the list. I didn't. I'm giving him an honorable mention, but my number one
I'm glad you didn't, because that was a heartbreaker for Dolphins fans.
Yeah, for you.
So
I'm sorry.
I'm
glad I brought it up, though, to make you upset. Now, here's number one.
Number one
is the same as you. I couldn't change it. It's Kirk Cousins. I don't know how anyone else could have anybody other than Kirk Cousins for the top off-season edition. 4 years, $180 million.
For a guy who has one playoff win.
36 passing touchdowns last season before tearing the Achilles. And think about, what he's walking into there with Kyle Pitts, who I think we're still waiting to see the best of Kyle Pitts. He's still very young, and he was okay in spite of his quarterback. Drake London, Bijan Robinson, they had Darnell Mooney, Rondale Moore, a little sneaky addition there in the offseason from Arizona.
Oh, wow, one of the defenders have an X factor.
No shot. Saints, we'll see. The Bucks. The winner of that division was the Bucks. They won 9 games last year. Atlanta won 7 games. It clearly upgrades at the quarterback position. First-time OC play caller Zach Robinson. We'll see how he does with this. And Kirk Cousins, it had been 14 years since he last missed a game because of an injury. That was in college at Michigan State. So he's durable. We'll see how he bounces back from this injury. But you add a little chip on the old shoulder with Michael Penix Jr. being drafted into the top 10. I will gladly watch Kirk Cousins be the top off-season addition here. I think they're going to win the division.
And maybe a big upgrade there at head coach as well. So you're absolutely right that Atlanta Falcons team improves.
Wow.
I had on my list quickly that we didn't get to that for me were OLIs on the outside looking in. Russell Wilson, because he's on such a cheap deal in Pittsburgh, I think him and Justin Fields, you could have the conversation about his offseason acquisitions. Austin Eckler, I think, is a nice by the Commanders. I think we could have a conversation about him. Hollywood Brown, neither of us. I thought you were going to end up having Hollywood Brown on your list. That's why I didn't go Chiefs.
As a Bills
honestly.
fan, I can't give them too much love. We've talked about it. The Kansas City Chiefs were my number one storyline going into this season as a potential three-peat yesterday. I was not going to go the Hollywood Brown road today. But
I don't blame you.
Certainly argue.
Caleb Williams, you could have had him on the list if we were doing draft. I know you didn't go with any draft picks whatsoever. And the other one I have on here is Robert Hunt for the Panthers to provide a little bit more protection there for Bryce Young. But and both of us have Kirk Cousins as the biggest offseason acquisition in the NFL. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian with Matt Schick filling in for Ian tonight, we will find out what is a big deal and what's not a big deal next on ESPN Radio. Rolling along here on Amber and Ian. Matt Schick filling in for Ian tonight. You can find him at ESPN_Schick. You can find me, Amber Wilson, as well at Amber.
Yes, sir!
It is time.
Davison down the sideline. Does he have enough gas? And he does. He is gone.
It's making headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
But is it a big deal or not a big deal with Amber and Ian?
And our producer tonight, Renee Canales. Hello, Renee.
Howdy.
Howdy.
All right, 2 days in a row. You just don't do anything after that.
Well, you did come in with the country music, too, so it was appropriate.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Rachel Robbins. All righty, let's start off with something that does not make my heart skip a beat. The New York Yankees are really, really just going through roughness right now. The Bronx Bombers come off another lost series as they lose 2 out of 3 to the Boston Red Sox over the weekend and are now 0-6-1 in their last 7 series. And, oh, yeah, by the way, they currently lost the Rays. I believe it's 4-1. Well, they might have just scored, actually. But, anyways, they're still trailing as they start off a 3-game set with the Rays. Amber, big deal or not a big deal, the Yankees are toast.
Are toast? They're already toast? We're 3 weeks removed from them having the best record in all of baseball. In 3 weeks, they're toast?
A lot can change in 3 weeks.
Listen, it's a big deal because it's the Yankees, but it's not a big deal if you want me to go out on a limb and say they're toast. I mean, certainly this is a slump here in July, but they got out to such a hot start that they were ahead of the game. So, Matt, can they pull themselves out of this skid? Yes, theoretically they can. Overall, I'll say it's only a big deal because it's the Yanks, and if the Yanks are doing anything bad, then of course it's always a big deal. But this is not actually sky is falling as catastrophic as Renee just made it sound.
I mean, it's a big deal. It's a pretty big deal. Dead last in ERA over the last 20 games, more than 2 home runs per 9 innings, highest rate in Major League Baseball the last 20. Garrett Cole's return was supposed to help. Rotation's just falling apart. I'm not sure where they go from here, Amber, but I will agree it's a very long season. And sometimes even talented teams get bored. Baseball is a very boring sport. We'll see if they can pick up the enthusiasm after the All-Star break.
So I mean, they still have the 5th best record in all of baseball, Renee. Calm down a little bit. No, don't give them any credit for what they did the first 2.5 months.
Listen, at the end of the day, it's all about winning championships. That's all that matters.
Well, okay, but they could still find themselves in a situation to do. I mean, they're not going to, but they could.
Well, I mean,
theoretically,
we'll see what happens. But I was right. They just hit a 2-run homer. Ben Rice, his 5th of the season, coming off of a 3-homer game over the weekend, just hit another one. So
it's all turning around, baby. The turnaround begins now.
Oh, well, from your lips to the big man's ears. Anyways, moving on to the NBA, things are off. Well, not really the NBA, but things are off to a great start for Kevin Durant at Team USA camp. He is expected to miss Team USA's exhibition game against Team Canada due to a calf strain. Durant has yet to participate in any scrimmages or full contact practices due to the injury. Matt, big deal or not a big deal that Durant is already missing time with Team USA?
Not a big deal at all. In fact, when I got a guy who's banged up, I don't want him to play much for Team USA, especially in these training camps while you're watching Cooper Flag light things up right and left. Totally fine with it. I'm more concerned about the big deal about what the
what a
Suns
kick.
look like next season. And if they can do anything to improve, it looks like they're just going to run this thing back. And I don't know what that looks like, Amber. That's the big deal. This is not a big deal.
Well, all they really can do is run this thing back. It's really difficult to go get the help you need, even at point guard and everything else that they've needed there, because obviously your roster's decimated when you're paying that much to those 3 guys. That's a conversation for a different day, though, in terms of this. The key words being, as Renee set it up, an exhibition against Canada. That's what he's not playing in, an exhibition. Obviously, it's not a big deal that Kevin Durant in his mid-30s is not playing in an exhibition against Canada. No, wrap that man in bubble wrap. Just make sure that he's good to go when they're actually playing and competing in the Olympics. It's not a big deal, not yet.
I don't know. A dude coming, he suffered calf injuries before, led to Achilles injuries. I don't know.
That was not the same. This is a. No, but he said he's fine. By the way, he said he's fine.
Yeah,
but this is soreness in a calf.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Goddamn.
I'll believe that one.
Okay, wow.
Dak Prescott says he's fine. He's out here in a walking boot, so everyone's fine.
Exactly my point.
Nothing to see here.
All right. Back to the NBA. Detroit Pistons guard Cade Cunningham has agreed to a 5-year, $224 million maximum rookie extension that could become worth as much as $269 million. Boy, can I get some money. Cunningham, the number 1 overall pick in the 2021 NBA draft, can elevate the deal to 30% of the team's salary cap with the earning of all NBA honors next season, sources said.
Gets a block down the sideline, and he is inside the 10.
I just don't know.
What a play.
$269 potentially $1 million is not a big deal. Certainly not in my world, Matt. I don't know how Matt Schick rolls, but the way that Amber Wilson rolls, I mean, it's nice, but it ain't nice enough where $269 million isn't going to be a big deal. I ain't got it like that. That is obviously a big deal. It's going to Cade Cunningham. Like, we're at a point of lunacy, right? How many games did the Detroit Pistons win last season, and they're having to cough up that kind of money to A good player, sure, a good young player, but oh, by the way, a player that missed most of his second season due to injury. It's Cade Cunningham. It's not LeBron James. It's remarkable where we've gone with the NBA salaries.
14 wins last year.
14? No, stop. That can't be real.
It is true. ESPN.com never lies. The internet is always truthful. 14-68 last season. Get it while you can, Cade Cunningham. But when that number came across, I was like, what?
That's what I was saying. Like, I understand you're a good player, Cade Cunningham, but $269 million for a guy who hasn't done much?
I feel like this is the ultimate example of, well, you got to pay someone, right? Like, we got money to spend.
Money's sitting around here. Might as well spend it.
What are we going to do with this?
Tell Cade to come in here. Grandpa's got some cash.
What are we going to
let me borrow some? That'd be great.
Yeah, like, what are we going to do with this $224 million that we have sitting right here? You know what? Let's try to make it 269. Let's give them some incentives. All right, you know who should get this? Cade Cunningham. That's who. That's where we should go with this. And we'll just spend the 269.
Worst record in the NBA. Worst record in the NBA. It's good.
Right. 15 wins. And that gets you $269 million.
You're too generous. You're too generous. 14 wins.
Oh, I'm sorry. 14 wins gets you $269 million. That's unbelievable. That might be the best job in the world. Coming up next, we also have pretty good jobs, so we're going to continue to do them right here on ESPN Radio. Some of the bigger names in the NBA have found themselves in new homes this NBA offseason. We heard from several of them today. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go.
Good job, defense.
Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Matt Schick is hanging out, filling in tonight for Ian Fitzsimmons here on Amber and Ian. You can find him at ESPN_Schick. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. So we've got some old faces in new places. Klay Thompson being one of those. After a 13-year historic run there in Golden State, he has taken his talent down to Dallas, Texas, Matt. And so we heard from the Mavericks guard today at his introductory press conference. And he reflected on his time, how things ended in Golden State, and also now the emotional component, of course, of transitioning forward here in Dallas. Take a listen.
Probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right, and I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone astray when they either left the team or joined a new team, and some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
The end of any era is sad. When there's 4 championships attached to that era, it's probably that much more sad there in Golden State, but Klay's saying all the right things.
He's right, though. I like how he said, when I watched Scottie Pippen sign with Portland, like, oh, yeah, that just doesn't look good. Like, as a Bills fan, seeing Thurman Thomas sign with your Miami Dolphins, that did not make me feel very good. Charles Barkley and the couple of teams that he eventually went to, Shaq hopping around. It's a little bit different. Klay with 13 years there in Golden State and now heading to Dallas. And, yeah, breaking up is hard to do, but it's not as
hard when
you're on the back end of something that you weren't really that excited about at the end. You didn't really feel appreciated. I think this hurts the fans probably more than it hurts Klay. I think Klay is ready for something new, to be re-energized and rejuvenated, and it'll be interesting to see. I think he'll fit in well. What does it mean for Dallas? Certainly makes them better. Tim Hardaway out, Josh Green out, Derek Jones Jr. out. You bring in Klay, you bring in Quentin Grimes, you bring in Najee Marshall. A little bit offensive play.
Yeah.
Derek Jones
The
Jr.
fuck?
Shooting will be better with him on the floor. But again, you're not signing him so that you can win games in December and January. You're doing it so that you can win games in June and win your final game in June. So we'll see if he provides that difference.
I think the dirty little secret here could be that both of these teams end up in better situations because of this departure. and the addition there in Dallas. I think Golden State might be in a better situation, frankly, without
Wow.
Klay in the wake of what they did to shore up that loss. But then also for Klay Thompson,
Ridiculous.
sometimes the grass is greener when it's just fresh grass, when it's just new grass. And I think that you might see some of that here. Now, do I think that he's peak Klay Thompson and is definitely going to get them a title? No.
Hell no.
I think he's a nice little piece, another weapon for them to have. You mentioned it earlier when we were discussing this, the way that defense is going to be keyed in on Kyrie and keyed in on Luka. I think people forget how good of a shooter Klay Thompson still, frankly, is at this point.
And I'm not even an arachnophone. That doesn't mean my skin crawl. What the fuck?
So keyed in on those other guys, that's going to open up even more behind the arc from Klay Thompson. So I don't know if it's enough to get them past the Boston Celtics, but it's certainly not going to hurt on a team that was already just in an NBA Finals with a hobbled Luka Doncic. And so I think if you're Klay Thompson, you have to feel pretty good about where you ended up and in the situation in which you ended up, even if you're a little sad that you're leaving 4 championships behind. But he's not the only one.
No, he's going to get a lot of space. There's some room to roam on the perimeter. It's going to be interesting to see, though, like even Oklahoma City had him, right? And then Dallas comes back in that final game, makes it to the NBA Finals. Josh Giddey out, Alex Caruso in, Isaiah Hartenstein in. Like there is a lot of versatility there with the Oklahoma City Thunder as well. Both conferences getting much more competitive with these offseason moves.
Absolutely. I mean, much more competitive. It's a changing landscape across the NBA. I mean, heck, even in the state of California, we've seen a changing landscape where all of a sudden the Kings look like the best team in the state of California, and it's no longer the Golden State Warriors or the Los Angeles Lakers. Chris Paul, speaking of a changing landscape, has taken his talents to San Antonio. And you and I discussed it earlier. I mean, CP3 is a player who, if he
and I am not an arachnophobe, but that would seem to turn me off.
Blame him. Well, you don't join this version of the San Antonio Spurs to ring chase. You join this version of the San Antonio Spurs to play basketball, which he did mention earlier that when we were discussing this. If you missed anything here, check out the podcast on the ESPN app. But he did mention earlier that he's going down there because he'll actually be on the court because it's not a very good team. But also, there's, of course, a young player named Wemby, who he will have now a hand in actually molding, which seems to be something that Chris Paul is interested in doing. Here's the Spurs guard.
Victor being here helped too, obviously, and them having a young team and getting a chance to watch him, right? Like I played against him this season, and I tell you, there's probably no player in the league that everybody in the league talks about after the game like him, because everybody has to adjust stuff. Me and Harrison was on our flight yesterday just talking about how cool it's going to be at this point in our careers to get a chance to appreciate him day in and day out, so that definitely helped.
Sounds like Victor, a coach right there, Amber.
Right.
It sounds like
that's what he's doing.
Chris Paul being a coach.
To a 20, I mean, Victor Wembanyama is 20 years old. Chris Paul is 39 years old. He's quite literally old enough to be Wemby's dad. So, yes, it's going to be that kind of relationship, I think.
Yeah, and Wemby, I can't wait to see it, and how a guy like Chris Paul and even Harrison Barnes can help him mature and fit in a little bit. I mean, Wemby at 10 years old was being mistaken for an assistant coach on his youth travels. I mean, this guy has been on the radar for years, and now this guy who won Rookie of the Year can be taken under the wing a little bit by a Chris Paul, who, like we talked about earlier, the fact that, there are a couple of things there. It's kind of good and bad with Chris Paul, who says, I just want to play, but his family's out in California. He says, they're going to stay behind. Yes, I could have stayed local, but if I'm not playing, I'm not happy, so I'm going to go to San Antonio and play, and I suppose there are some direct flights, charter flights you can get out of there if you want to go home or for a quick overnight. But
what the hell?
To play, and some guys are just.
This game is over anyway, so
it's not about the rings. It's about just.
That's just preseason, so.
And that's how Chris Paul's been wired since he started playing ball, and it's cool to see. 39 years old, joining what was last year the league's youngest team. So, yeah, he's not going there for rings, going there to play in a team that lost 60 games last year.
I think he's going there because I do think that the next chapter of Chris Paul's career is going to probably be as a coach. And we're seeing these players coaches, right? I mean, obviously we're seeing what happened here with the J.J. Redick hire with the Lakers, but we've also seen it with Jason Kidd and with Steve Kerr, and we're seeing these guys who transition into coaching, and some of them who do so with great success. And so maybe Chris Paul is witnessing that, and he thinks, hey, on the way out, I'm going to go join the youngest team in the NBA with the brightest potential star in the NBA in Wemby, who a lot of people expect to be the best player in the entire league here in the next 3 years. And I'm going to have a hand in that. And oh, by the way, I'm going to do it alongside Popovich, one of the best coaches in NBA history, and kind of cut my teeth under him a bit. I think this is all part of the Chris Paul eventual plan to go into something of a leadership role beyond playing on the court. Mikal Bridges is much younger than Chris Paul. I don't know how to make that transition, so that's how I'm going to make it. He is now on a New York Knick because the Knicks traded everything away for Mikal Bridges. He's excited to be in New York. Take a listen.
I'm excited to be here, excited to be a Knick, excited to play MSG, excited to see my guy Spike courtside. Just great to be here. Obviously, just the team we have and Tibbs and everybody. I want to thank a lot of people. Thank Leon, thank my agent Sam and Jordan. Thanks the Nets organization, everybody. They've been great since I've been there. So, just really appreciative and excited to get to work. I hate that it's the summer because you got to wait, a long time to play. But I'm really excited.
I feel like the news here would be if he said he was not excited to be in New York Knick. Frankly, Matt.
I mean, I counted 8 or 9 exciteds there.
I'm excited.
I think
I'm excited.
There could have been other, like thrilled. Stirred.
Like he needed a thesaurus.
I'm exhilarated here. Yes, there was a lot of excitement there, and there should be. He's a guy who thought, he even said today, he thought he'd be drafted by the Knicks in 2018. He wasn't, but he found his way there. And now you got him, you got Jalen Brunson, you got Julius Randle, and OG Anunoby. I mean, a really good perimeter defense.
Max Duggan will definitely be on our practice
squad. Up and down the roster, we talked about it. We mentioned it when we were talking about these other acquisitions. Think about how much better this league, how much more competitive overall the league is getting this offseason in both the Eastern and Western Conference. I can't wait. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, this is obviously a great.
Yeah, that's why Acho, no one realistically believes your takes. They're pretty shitty. Like, I knew for a fact before he even went to Denver that he was not going to pan out there whatsoever.
Raising the roof.
Every time Bridges said the word excited, you had Renee giving thumbs up in the Zoom. Like, yep, me too. Yep, me too. Yep. Me too.
You're raising the roof. 1995 wants their move back, Renee.
I mean, pretty much.
If Mikal Bridges is raise the roof worthy, I think it's a good pickup by the Knicks. It was a hell of an expensive one when it comes down to what they had to give up in return for him. But the reality is, if you want him to come across town, you're going to have to do that. And again, I think it's a good move by the Knicks ultimately.
Yeah, trying to get him a touchdown to put the game on ice.
You would think that they did, the way that Knicks fans are reacting.
Renee's going to be doing the electric slide pretty soon. So excited.
I'm practicing already. Don't worry.
Breaking it out. The Dougie's coming next. Coming up on Amber and Ian, Novak Djokovic tells us how he really feels about what the fans at Wimbledon are saying. That's next here on ESPN Radio.
Ball game.
Winning 24 Grand Slams doesn't mean that you're immune to criticism from fans, because apparently
people hate Djokovic for the fact that he's anti-vax.
Even after all of the success. Amber and Ian is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. Matt Schick is filling in for Ian tonight. Novak Djokovic, he is playing in Wimbledon, and he was playing against Holger Rune. And after defeating Rune, he had some interesting things to say about the way that the crowd was reacting during the match. Take a listen.
And to all those people that have chosen to disrespect the player, in this case me, have a good night. Good night, good night. Very good night. Yeah. I'm hoping that they were just commenting on Rune and that they weren't disrespecting you. They were. I don't accept it. No. I know they were cheering for Rune, but that's an excuse to also boo.
So he thinks that instead of them saying Rune, that they were using it as an excuse to boo, which he has
Kawaii.
And he's on the court. He can hear it. He's been around the block. He understands it. This is not the first time that he's been the object of some fans scored. I thought it took some stones there on the court. You just won your match and you're going to call out the fans. That was awesome. Like, how often do fans, like, this is like WWE stuff at the end, just giving it to the crowd. I thought that was great. And they still like him. I mean, 98%. You're basically calling out, the 10%. The 90% are all in. Like, they seem to enjoy watching Djokovic, who is, by the way, the all-time leader in Grand Slam titles on the men's side. It should be treated as such. She's awesome.
Well, and Rune responded that he thought the crowd was great and that the crowd helped both of them, whether it was this or whether it was that. So he sort of hedged the line, walked the line.
Oh, wow. You can see the guy going, yeah,
trying to
punch
convey
him.
whether they were rooting for Rune, rooting for him, or whether they were actually booing Novak Djokovic. He's not the most popular player in the world, even though he's one of the very best players in the world.
Thank you to put the game on ice.
Slam champ from BBC continues to react to it, this time with a question from a reporter. Take a listen.
How do you feel your mindset is when there is some disrespect from the crowd? Does it help you play better?
Do you have any other questions other than the crowd? Or, I mean, are you focused only on that, or any questions about the match or something like that, or is it solely focused on that?
Well, your immediate reaction after was...
Well, I mean, this is the third question already. I mean, I said what I had to say. I mean,
so first he goes after the fans, and now he goes after the media. And I hate all of this. And Novak Djokovic, in my opinion, does not come off likable. And fine, if he had just maybe left it with the whole good night thing, then whatever. We all would have known what he was trying to do. I don't do well, Matt, with athletes, particularly athletes of this stature, with this amount of success over this amount of years, still getting salty about the littlest things. Like booing, to me, it's part of sports, man. And how can, at this point in your career, you still let it get to you? And I don't know.
I don't get it either.
A lack of sympathy for this, because like as a woman in this business, you have to have a particularly thick skin. And so I always have a problem when I see these athletes that are just so fragile in terms of how thick-skinned they are. Like that making an appearance to me always cracks me up. This man has won 24 damn Grand Slams. Like he's the most famous tennis player in the universe. And he's out here worrying about whether somebody's booing him or not.
So then here's the question. Like he's won more than Nadal, he's won more than Federer, but those guys were beloved. Like, no one could ever say a bad thing about. What is it about Djokovic that he's not either adored? Is it because he beat Nadal? Is it because he beat Federer and they love them, so they don't love him as much? Like, he came around at the wrong time and beat them in ways that they didn't want to see happen. I don't know what it is about him, because
he's had some controversies along the way, but I think frankly it's this. I think that like this doesn't come off likable to me. And then him going after the media for having the audacity to ask about the thing that he made a thing. Like that's just jerk behavior.
Yeah.
And so that's why he's not going to necessarily be the most likable player. And frankly, when you're that dominant anyways, like you are so...
Oh, that was a botch from the get-go. I knew Russell Westbrook was washed when he was trying to go to the Lakers to ring chase.
The reality of the situation is that in most sports,
a little consolation touchdown, but this game's over.
Ain't that fun to watch past a certain point. So everybody typically turns on you. Like if this is
I mean, he was shooting up bricks. You can't be a little bitch about it and be salty that people call you Westbrook when you throwing up motherfucking bricks.
At the end,
he was literally throwing up motherfucking bricks.
This is tennis. It's not supposed to go that way. So he can't handle if he gets booed by the guy who's clearly not nearly as good as him and dropped the first 12 points of that match.
Maybe it's because it's Wimbledon. Like, Wimbledon is supposed to be the safe space in tennis. We're all wearing white. We all got our fancy hats.
We're wearing our whites.
It's decorum. Everything's good. And now you're booing me. You're booing me here. The 24 majors, you're booing me. So, yeah, I love what he said after the match. But then the BBC or that interview where it's like, well, you're the one who brought it up. Like, allow me. If you don't want to answer the question, then just give a short answer, right? Like, you don't need to tell me how to treat my line of questioning when we just listened to you for 3 straight minutes in the post game last night. So that's the part where I don't like. But I really love Novak Djokovic on the court, giving it right back and doing it with a pleasant smile. He's got a charisma. He's a charismatic villain. I don't think there's a more charismatic villain than Novak Djokovic. Certainly not a more successful.
It started off okay to me. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
But then when he actually expanded upon it, and that's where, by the way, when you really expand upon
But
it,
I'm
when you're
picking this
on
one
the
again.
court with the mic, then it's open question season. Then the media has every right to harp on it. It's going to be a storyline. You and I are sitting here talking about it. Do you think I would have been talking about Novak Djokovic dominating this Rune character? I mean, no offense, Rune, but like I'm not even 100% positive I'm saying your first name right. I'm not a tennis person. And so here I am discussing this simply because of the deal that Novak made about it. That's the reality. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a conversation on our show.
You'd be shocked. Tennis is not a great sports talk radio topic in terms of, oh gosh, he better work on that forehand. I've been on him about his backhand play and his deep. It's just not working right now. And we need 1-888 say ESPN. No, that doesn't work. This stuff works. And Djokovic is so good for this sport, and he's inviting more of the hate coming up in Wimbledon for the remaining days.
Yes, it's so stuffy too. It's like we can't boo. Like we can't handle boos. Like, oh my god, somebody booed me. Don't fire up Twitter or X or whatever it's called, Novak. Your world's really going to be rocked if you can't handle some boos,
Renee,
buddy.
please clip exactly what she did there. I want that as a perpetual drop here on the show.
Coming up next here.
Yes.
Chick filling in. We react to what was said on day 1 of Big 12 Media Day on ESPN.
Sports talk
wouldn't be.
I can't stand it either, Amber. You can't tell me what I can't tell you when you want to boo.
Oh gosh,
what the hell?
He better work on that forehand. I've been on him about his backhand play and his deep. It's just not working right now, and we need 1-888 say ESPN. No, that doesn't work. This stuff works, and Djokovic is so good for this sport, and he's inviting more of the hate coming up in Wimbledon for the remaining days.
Yes, it's so stuffy too. It's like we can't boo. Like we can't handle boos. Like, oh my god, somebody booed me. Like goodness, don't fire up Twitter or X or whatever it's called, Novak. Your world's really going to be rocked if you can't handle some boos,
Renee,
buddy.
Please clip exactly what she did there. I want that as a perpetual drop here on the show.
Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Matt Schick filling in. We react to what was said on day 1 of Big 12 Media Day on ESPN Radio. We've got some college football to discuss, thanks to Big 12 Media Days. We're going to get into that in just a moment here on Amber and Ian. Matt Schick is filling in for Ian tonight. You can find him at ESPN_Schick. You can find me, Amber Wilson, as well at Amber W Sports. In honor of the 10th anniversary of Stuart Scott's unforgettable ESPYs speech, all donations to the V Foundation right now through the ESPYs are going to go to support the Stuart Scott Memorial Cancer Research Fund. You can support Stuart's legacy at v.org/Stuart. That is v.org/Stuart, where 100% of your donation goes straight to cancer research. We are heading towards V-Day here at ESPN Radio. That will be on Thursday. And we are going to be here on Amber and Ian tomorrow. So lots to do in terms of the V Foundation. But again, 100%, every cent you donate to the V Foundation actually truly goes to cancer research. So you can feel great about where your donation is going. All right, let's get to the Big 12 stuff, though, Matt, because we got multiple things coming out of Big 12 Media Days. Let's start with the Oklahoma State head coach in Mike Gundy, because Oklahoma State has a player, Ollie Gordon II, who was on June 30th in Tulsa, Oklahoma on suspicion of DUI. He's not going to miss any game time due to the incident. He's not going to be suspended regardless of what happens with this DUI. So Pete Thamel asked Mike Gundy about the Ollie Gordon situation. Take a listen.
Well, Ollie's very fortunate that he was able to get out of that situation without anybody getting injured, getting hurt. When they called me the next day, I shared that with Ollie. First thing I said, did anybody get hurt? No. Well, you're lucky. You could have hurt somebody else, yourself.
I went pancake block.
The rest of your life. I have 3 boys, 29, 23, and 18, 19. We worry about that all the time. Ollie's going to play.
Yeah, block around plays like Power Zero.
You guys are essentially employees. You guys make lots of money to play this game. It's different than it was 5 years ago. Your punishment's going to be facing the facts. That's why we brought him here today. I said, you're not going into hiding. You're going to face the music. You're going to have to stand up and talk to people and answer questions. And hopefully, more than football, you can learn from the situation you've been in. Because if not, then we have a real issue. But he's going to play. I'm going to do what we think is best for Oklahoma State football. And I think it's best for Ollie to play.
So your punishment is you're going to face the facts, meaning you're going to face the media at Big 12 Media Day, and we will get to Ollie Gordon's sound in a minute.
I watched the video.
That you're going to be punished.
I didn't feel like his
and we need you. That's basically what that was.
I don't feel like his apology was pretty much genuine.
Comments that, look, we have such and such number of employees and people who work for our team, and the players are employees, and I need to know what's best for our business. And playing him is the best thing for our business. He was the Doak Walker Award winner last year, 1,700 rushing yards, led the FBS in rushing yards, second in rushing touchdowns. His talent is unquestioned. Again, what is the right response for something like this? You blow a .10, the legal limit's .08. No, he broke the law, right, and got a DUI. So that happens in June. Do you have him sit a game in September, the end of August? Is that what you're supposed to do?
I normally don't play preseason, but I really want to see how our rookies play. So that's why I'm doing preseason.
I think the interesting thing, too, and maybe we'll hear this from Ollie, he said, Ollie, we brought him here today. He needs to face the music. That's why we brought him. I think Ollie goes on to say he left it up to me. Said whether or not I wanted to be here or not. And I said, yeah, I should go and do this thing. And then Mike Gundy went on to talk about how many beers was it, 3 or 4, and said, I've probably done that 1,000 times. And then tweeted just recently, quote, my intended point today at Big 12 Media Days was that we are all guilty of making bad decisions. It was not a reference to something specific, end of quote. Just day 1 of Big 12 Media Days. Amber, the story was supposed to be about these new teams coming in, and the story is, once again, Mike Gundy. Let's go.
I mean, it seems pretty specific. He actually said, have I had 2 or 3 beers and drove a car? Because 2 or 3 beers can put you over the legal limit. People need to put some thought into that and not throw stones through glass windows. Not that it's right. I want him to understand seriousness as a parent, and I think he did. So Mike Gundy is clearly implying that Mike Gundy has, in fact, done this, and so it's no big deal because what he blew, this player, Ollie Gordon, equates to probably 3 beers. I don't know if that's the right message,
right. He did some
Mike.
Research, based on the weight and the number of drinks, and I've probably done that. We've all done that. Well, that's probably true.
I've never been outside drinking. I want to drink. I want to drink at home like a civilized human.
About this, and I'm not justifying anybody who has ever gotten behind a wheel with alcohol in his or her system. However, I will say this. In 2024, these young people have no excuse. I mean, just zero. Like, there's no reason to ever do it. This is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. There are Ubers everywhere in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? It's a push of a button on your cell phone. So it's a very different world than the one, frankly, that Mike Gundy was growing up in, where maybe he made these boneheaded decisions when he was 20 years old. And there was no excuse for it back then, fine. But really now in 2024, like, there's legit no excuse for it. And you have to take some of that responsibility if you're going to be an employee. And that's what I think is the most interesting component of what he said. That's on the less controversial side, is where he actually referred to them as employees, which we're going to see more and more. Like, now I'm a boss, and I'm going to treat this like a boss and like a product and like a business. And so for the sake of the product and the business, I need him out there on the field. Now, the only issue that I have with that, though, Matt, is yes, obviously it helps overall from that perspective, but there are parameters when you run a business also that still factor in things like morality for the overall health of the business and, frankly, the overall PR of the business as well. If you or I got a DUI while we're here at ESPN, there's probably some sort of consequence, right? From, like, I don't know what it would be, but I'm guessing that, like, we might miss a show or two. Like, there's probably some sort of suspension or something. That's not unheard of in the business world. So that's what I thought was strange kind of about the business reference, is he's acting like that's not what happens in the corporate world, and frankly, it does.
Right. I think his analogy or his comparison didn't really fly. He can just say he didn't even have to make that comparison or talk about it being a business. Like, look, we're looking into it. I don't think I'm going to suspend him. We've had good conversations about it, and certainly this is a strike against him, but, you know, just be honest. We got a game against the two-time defending FCS champs in South Dakota State in Week 1, and we want Ollie Gordon out there Week 1. We're in the Big 12. It's a new year for the Big 12. We want him out there. He made a stupid mistake, and we hope he learns from it, but I'm not going to suspend him. Yeah, I don't think you need to justify not suspending him for a game, but I think it is good to let us know, okay, what are you doing? How are you being proactive about this? And what steps is he taking to make sure it doesn't happen again? Because it could have been a really dangerous situation.
Also, instead of going,
it could have been the Henry Ruggs situation all over again.
The law, which I can tell you is not a good defense as an attorney.
How would
like,
you
that's
know?
Not,
How would you know?
Not a good route to go down. Well, I didn't break the law that much, officer. Like, not a good strategy.
It's a 56 and a 55. Yeah, but still.
But, yeah, so if you break the law to any extent, you're running the risk that you'll suffer the consequences. What Mike Gundy could have said that I wouldn't have had much of a problem with is he could have said, we are not going to punish him here. We're going to allow the legal system to do that. So that's their job to sort out and to figure out. We are here right now to play football, and we don't feel like what's happening there is affecting this at the current state right now, because, you know, we don't even know what's going to end up happening with this DUI. That would have been one position to take. I feel like instead he kind of took the other one, like, well, it's only 3 beers and not 4. And I really don't like going down that path of Mike Gundy dictating at what point is the DUI too much of a DUI, because at the end of the day, any DUI is a terrible thing, and the message needs to be sent to obviously your players. You cannot drink anything and get behind the wheel, because also there's no reason to, period.
That's
there's
right.
Just
you
no
can't
reason
be
to.
sort of pregnant, right? Like, you either are or you aren't. You either broke the law or you didn't.
Can confirm sort of pregnant.
Not
a thing.
You would know that. You are all the way pregnant.
7 months in, I would know that.
Let's give you 22 seconds to take a deep breath, because Ollie Gordon says he wants to take accountability for his actions.
Yeah, you really just got to, watch the decisions you make, honestly. One decision you can make could be the last one you make, and it could be bad for you. Or you could, learn from your mistakes and prevent it from happening deeper into the future, So, I'll tell you like that. And plus, I didn't want to leave my teammates and my coaches out here for them to answer all the questions when I could be here to do it. That wouldn't be very, responsible of me.
It is smart to just put it behind you as quickly as possible, whether the legal thing runs its course in time or not. Just it happened about a week ago, 10 days ago. He's out there. He's answering questions. Doak Walker Award finalist, a leader on this team. And maybe this is that first step. But, yeah, we'll see what happens down the road here as that legal process runs its course. But that was the big story coming out of Big 12 media.
All the right things Ollie Gordon did. And I agree with you that it's a good look that he shows up, that he takes accountability. I do think we should
he should. He should. Because, honest to God, if it was somebody like me, my ass is in jail. Even if I did it for the first time.
Whatever Mike Gundy wanted to try to sell it as, because according to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, he was pulled over for speeding. Allegedly, he was swerving through traffic lanes. He was charged with a DUI under the age of 21 and transporting open alcohol containers, failure to maintain his line, and driving over the speed limit. So he was charged with multiple things. There were apparently multiple problems here, according to the police and the Highway Patrol there in Oklahoma. And so there's multiple things that he has to resolve here, including the open containers there. So Ollie Gordon might find himself in some trouble with the law. Not going to find himself in trouble with Oklahoma State.
Oh!
That the component of this where these players are now being referred to as employees, and you have coaches that are looking at the situation more as an employer, and this whole thing more as a business, even though we all know that it's always been one. I do think it's interesting just to see that part of the veil be lifted off of college football. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian. Matt is in a pretty sticky situation at home. We're going to try to provide some therapy. That's next here on ESPN Radio. Amber and Ian. Matt Schick has been filling in the last couple nights for us, for Ian. At ESPN_Schick is how you find him. At Amber W Sports is how you find me. You can always check out the podcast on the ESPN app if you missed anything here on Amber and Ian. We have covered a lot of ground, but now we've got to get personal because Matt has problems in his life that have arisen. Matt, why don't you tell us what is going on in your home so we can all help you? It's a safe space.
Here's what's happening here. Okay, let me sit down here in the chair. I've got 4 kids ages 8 to 13. Okay, we had 4 kids under 5. I only say that to say we've got a busy house. Okay, we have a busy house. We do not have basements in this house here in North Carolina. We don't because of the clay in the ground. We just don't have them. So I'm just telling you that to tell you and paint the picture about the space that we have.
Hold on. Wait, there's no basements in Charlotte, North Carolina?
It's a rarity.
Inside the 35.
I think it has to do with the dirt or the clay or something. Like you just, basements are rare here. Basement homes in North Carolina. Very rare.
Okay. All right. I mean, you don't have basements in Florida because there'd be water. But interesting that they're not.
I was just as surprised as you were about this when we moved here. So we had, I tell you all of that to let you know I've got 4 kids, wife, and also 2 dogs. One dog that we got while I was out of town hosting ESPN Radio Game Day. They picked up the dog and said, we'd like to get this dog. Said, okay. So then we got 1. Then we wanted to foster more dogs. So we decided to be a foster, dog place for rescues, right? All of our dogs are for rescues. So we have a 2nd dog because this dog was part of a few that came to our house and no one was adopting her. Her name was Haley. And our family, because she was here for a while, fell in love with this dog. And it was coming around to my wife's birthday, and I was like, well, I can't think of anything else to get her, and she really loves this dog. Okay, I'm going to get an engraved collar leash with our phone number on it. And I gave it to her. I said, we can keep this dog. And it was emotional. It was great. So we have 2 dogs, Obi and Haley. Now we've fostered another dog. This dog is probably the cutest of the 3. He's probably got a little corgi in him. His name is Quest. Okay? And this dog has captured my daughter's heart. And my daughter's 12. And the rest of my kids as well. It was at the dinner tonight where it was brought up about keeping this dog. And someone's coming to see this dog tomorrow, potentially take this dog away, which I would be fine with. But it will leave my kids and perhaps my wife in tears. So what is the right thing to do here? Because it's like what my wife always said when we thought about having a 5th child, which is, do we want a baby or do we want a human? All right, babies are different than humans. Do you want a puppy? Do you want a dog? Right? 3 dogs is a lot. I mean, there's a reason they call it a 3-dog night. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I just feel like there are no good choices here, Amber. There are no good choices.
When my husband and I first started dating, and for many years, he had a dog and I had 2 dogs. So collectively, we had 3 dogs. And it is a lot when you live with 3 dogs, 100%. But important follow-up question. Now, you mentioned...
What? Greg, you're supposed to jump. I pressed the triangle button for you to jump.
Very big. What about the other 2 dogs?
Obi is fairly large, probably around 50 to 60 to 70 pounds. I run with him. He's a black lab / boxer / he's got some husky in him, so he talks a lot. a little bit. Yeah, that's right, Renee. He's making the mouth movements there. And Haley is part pit, part Chihuahua. We did the Embark DNA test, like where you swab it and send it away.
Chihuahua.
She's mostly Chihuahua, but has some pit in her as well.
She got that angry dog in here.
30 to 40 pounds. She's small. What's the matter, Renee? What's the matter? You're hopping right to the microphone.
What the fuck?
That's strange, man.
The mating of those two. I mean, I don't want to think too hard about this, but I just, that doesn't.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, we won't go too in depth with that. Yeah,
there's a lot going on here.
Yeah,
It's an Antonio
strange.
Cromartie situation. There's a lot going on. We just don't understand the back.
if y'all know about that soundbite, he was talking about he had so many kids. He had forgot how many kids he had on the Hard Knocks episode of when he was with the Jets.
Okay, so you've got like a 30-pounder, a 60-pounder, and now Quest is...
He's probably 15 pounds, and he's probably not going to get
tiny.
much bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably not going to. He's 3 months old already.
So you've got small, medium, large-ish.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
none of
Pretty
the
much.
dogs are huge. Okay. It's before fostering, that the whole concept of fostering is that the dog goes to another level.
Amber. That was one of the things. Like, if we are going to do this, you have to understand. Look, my 12-year-old daughter one time bawled her eyes out because of a 2-inch-long gecko that she found in the woods, and we brought it home, and it died, and she cried. We get over these things, okay? Now, she's a little older, and dogs are a little bit different. But, yes, we have had these conversations, Amber. But it doesn't.
Yes, my dude, love is an X Factor.
Dogs can be scarring. Like, I in my past have dated men that...
It's a dog.
I don't know.
You can find another
I
one.
was allowed to have a dog when I was a kid. I've always had dogs as adults, but my parents never went down that path as I was a kid, so I didn't have that scarring experience from my childhood, where I will say you maybe took a slightly wrong turn a bit. Is knowing that your dog gets attached to things. I
was trying to get it to square on that hook route.
Fostering dogs was going to go so well. And then the first time you foster to adopt the dog, so now you've set the tone that it's possible that we're keeping the dogs that we're actually fostering. Feels like a messy situation. The only thing that's going to get you out of this, if the people that show up tomorrow end up being truly lovely people that you know are going to provide a loving home, and you've got to try to sell it that way. Otherwise, I think you might have a small dog to your medium to your large.
Not good. We have 4 kids. I can't have 3. It's hard. We can't afford to feed the kids that we have. Now we're adding a third dog.
There's 4 of them.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, 4 kids. That's right. 4 kids. Could be 3 dogs.
Back to back. 4 kids back to back.
Yeah.
They're all entering. They're all entering like their tweens and teenage years. At
Oh
the
my
same
God.
time. And like the hunger.
Expensive era of their lives, and we're gonna
The
take on a
hormones,
third
the
dog.
Hunger.
Oh
It's
my
all going to
gosh.
kick in at the same time.
It is the Hunger Games in this house. Yeah.
Right, it is.
Okay.
It literally is. Well, I feel your pain, Matt. I mean, it's kind of your own bed that you created here.
So you gotta sleep in.
You might have to lie in now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There's no easy way out.
Pretty much.
No easy way out. I give you a lot of credit.
Yeah.
Fostering, though, it's a beautiful thing. I always have rescue dogs myself. So you're doing a nice thing. It's going to bite you.
Tell you, it's gonna bite. Good pun. This whole dog. It's rough. It's rough.
It's coming up next year on ESPN Radio. Game night with Q Myers and Emmett Golden. That's next. You can also listen on the ESPN app.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Let's go! It auto-played it for me. Let's get it.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the
What the fuck, bro?
Same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Fenway, SAB and CV. Copyright 2024. Proxima. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stuttgart's podcast.
Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Stay tuned because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
What it do?
What it do, baby?
Wait, slow down. No, we don't have to start there. Before I came down here, there was a few weeks ago, I guess, or months ago maybe, there was a segment on this show that made me sad. And I was determined to help rectify for the members of the show. First of all, play the little portion that upset me.
I win in the margins. I'm like your Moneyball of sex. I'm basically Scott Hatteberg.
A lot of walks, but I'm on base.
Hey, yo.
You know your role, you play well.
I know my role.
So, I was disappointed. My God, like every now and then.
How did I lose momentum bar? What the fuck?
Like, I'm not saying that you got to be Jordan, but I believe that everybody got to have an impressive game every now and then. So I have arranged for us later in the show, and I think this is a service to all of us here and a service to our listeners. I've arranged for a sex educator to come and help us get better. We got to work on our game. Every off season, add something to your game. What, you look nervous, David?
I am so excited. Can I get a private tutorial?
Cancel it. Cancel it. Cancel it. We'll get to that eventually. I wanted to make sure that everyone knew.
Morale.
Because I think that people could benefit from this.
That's not what I'm talking about. I have no problem with your sex therapist coming in and I guess literally.
It's his specific sex therapist?
Nah.
For his
I don't know who it is. I'm a little in the dark today.
Nah, it's not. I don't even know.
Well, you're in Stu's chair.
I'm a natural.
You're playing the part.
Can we take people?
James of this shit.
Can we take people?
Hey, yo.
What's actually happening here? He's trying to host the show from the big chair. He's trying to be the Dan, and I'm in the Stu chair, and David's in the Greg chair, and.
All right, we're back. It pissed me off because I was trying not to do any of that stupid shit, bro.
We had a great week, guys.
Great week.
We ended yesterday. If you haven't watched, listen to yesterday's show. The vibes were as high as I think they've been.
PB&J. Share with you a little bit.
Billy Dale, Charlie Kravitz, Yuki Daddy.
Boy, look at their excitement.
Yesterday, I thought it felt like being on what I imagine a team, a sports team might.
Why did they have a 12 o'clock game in the middle of the week? What the fuck?
Big debate. Have you never been on a sports team, Pablo?
Varsity debate, yeah.
So no.
That's a sports team.
No, it's not.
It's a team.
Let's not play that game.
Thank you, David.
It really is a team.
Varsity.
Oh, no, is it a team? It's a team, but is it a sport?
Fuck no.
Sport's different.
It's not a sport.
We're getting off track.
Okay. Yeah, let's get focused.
David hates Dominique.
So deeply.
I gathered that on Monday.
No, the thing is, the awesome thing about David and why I've thoroughly enjoyed working with him, anytime.
Why does he keep giving me junk mail?
The title of his show, most of the time I think he really believes in. I don't think he takes any of this personally until now. So like us debating
this personally, this is just you trying to peacock where the three of us were asked to be here, and there are 3 chairs. There's a rotation that is a normal rotation. Pablo day 1, Dominique day 2, and it was me in that chair day 3. I'm not talking about this because I'm not going to demean our audience by thinking that this is worthy of talking about, but you and your desire to be in charge when we are equals, this is how teams lose.
Damn, how long is that taking to get home?
Jeremy just made a great analogy back here that you'll understand. This is like in the playoffs, you're the number 4 pitcher and we're skipping your start and we're going to.
Wow. You're not even Brad Penny.
So listen.
Oh,
you're not even.
It's just a good analogy. This is a big moment.
I would have used. I would have used
Carl Pavano.
I would have used a different analogy.
This is not what
you don't need it. Where are you going?
This is a strong start.
Should I not have run with that analogy?
No.
Damn, that was a good analogy. Though.
So, welcome to today's Everything Personal with David Sampson. It's an awesome show. It used to be called Nothing Personal, but now apparently he takes everything personally. So I would have used the
Davidson, you're an asshole, and I don't care for your ass.
I would have thought of us more like a basketball. You're welcome back. Like a basketball team or a football team. So let's stick with the basketball analogy. David
Were you about to demean your own position that you actually played in the NFL by appointing yourself a quarterback?
No, I you're so smart. That's why you're captain.
Saw that coming. Like a cornerback, I saw that coming a mile away.
So, there are different positions.
Going Kyrie Irving, Brooklyn Nets era, we're all coaches
No.
right now.
No. That era of basketball should never be named.
I'm being completely honest. Like the jokes.
That era of basketball should never be talked about again. 2020 to 2021 era of basketball should never be talked about again. It was so bad.
The best
and
Pablo. Honestly, I think Pablo is the best host of all of us.
So why am I not in that
why is he
chair?
not? Fair point, Pablo.
There's no
host
way
this thing, baby. Host this thing, baby.
Seems unfair.
Host this thing, baby. Come host this thing, baby. Do your thing,
not
Pablo.
given.
Do your thing. Show how good you are, Pablo. I can't wait. I can't
Clearly, from beginning to
Get
end.
out of this show. Whoa.
David, I have a question for you. How was this trip pitched to you? Because like I was sitting in Chris's seat on Monday, and I came in and had to kind of figure out who's sitting where, and I just asked you guys like who wants to sit where, and the decisions were kind of made. And you were hosting your show at the time, so I didn't really think much of it. But were you told you were hosting? Like, what was told to you guys when you guys were booked to come down here?
That we were coming down, the three of us, to do 4 shows, and then they're bailing, and that it's just me on Friday.
Wow. You can sit there on Friday.
Yeah.
David.
I'm not sitting. I'll tell you right now, Chris. You guys can have fun Friday. They're bailing. I agreed to stay the entire week. I'm sitting right in this damn chair.
Wow. I want to know, I want to turn the camera around to you guys. How does this work? How do you guys and your seating arrangement, how does that work? Juju is sitting like in the back. He's in the bleachers right now. He's not even near a microphone. He's listening.
Touchdown, New Orleans! Demetrius Murray! 6 yards.
But we have a guest, so I'm gonna let Charlie sit where I love to sit, and Billy sits where I love to sit also. But this is the blackest chair I think black people sit.
Yeah, this is the loss that pretty much eliminated the Chargers from playoff contention 2015. They're so bad. They missed the playoffs 6 times in the last 11 years, including back-to-back with 2020 and 2021.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, you hate it because you texted the show production group chat this morning asking, should we talk about Tua Tagovailoa being in the front row of the Trump rally?
And apparently he wasn't.
Apparently that was a very easily detectable Photoshop.
By who?
By
Travis. He retweeted it. Said, look, he's going to be here.
Owned.
He retweeted as though he believed it.
But yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people believe it. I think it served its purpose. I mean, I don't know who did the actual Photoshop, but like, Tua's going to have to answer questions now about going to a Trump rally he didn't go to. Someone will ask him about that.
Yeah, Gray, you might be on the bench for a while.
Because of the photo.
To describe
You might be on the practice squad because, my nigga, you are struggling.
That says Tua.
And I know how to use her. I know how to use corners very well. And you know it's bad when I'm struggling with this guy. You know that he needs some tuning in the practice squad.
And I would think that the oldest sibling would be on the aisle.
Oh my god.
And that Barron would be more.
Barron's like 7.
See, that's the second time I got bumped off.
Stretch the legs. Also, Q rating. They're like, let's put the best Q rating here towards the end.
If you want a sense of how earnestly David Sampson pays attention to who's sitting where, that question, which was incredibly genuine, kind of says everything.
That was a 65-inch. That was a 65-inch cake.
Juju, we gotta write this wrong. Front row, Juju. Front row, baby. Like,
yeah, why?
Not while I'm here. I didn't realize that you
that front row made black people look so black. Roy be looking black.
That's true.
In that seat, boy, y'all be zooming in too, but I don't want to sit that close to the goddamn camera. I need some light in my face, goddamn. But I'm not emotional. I'm just, you know what I mean, living my life. I love being here. I'm happy to be here.
No one likes
Juju, stop capping.
For whatever reason.
That chair, the seats that we see front row right.
That was a magical rant.
Because it's true. If you looked at how, I don't know how Roy has been shot lately when it comes to lighting, but I remember being here last year and being like, we are not doing Roy Belly any favors.
Hold on. I need some light on my face, goddammit.
That is the name of this podcast episode.
Chicago, get a nice little summertime. But I'm going this week, and I cannot wait. And for anybody that wants to join me out at Wrigley Field and experience Chicago baseball and Summertime Shy, why don't you download the Game Time app right?
Got a lane down the sideline.
Authorized ticket marketplace for Major League Baseball, which makes getting tickets faster and easier. Prices on Game Time actually go down the closer you get to first pitch with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat. I love those panoramic views from my seat. And their lowest price guarantee. Game Time actually takes the guesswork out of buying Major League Baseball tickets. So do that. Join me. I'll see you out there. Summertime Shy. Take the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets with Game Time.
Morale.
Download the Game Time app. Create an account. Use the code Dan for $20 off your first.
Ooh, that was a bullet.
Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20.
I don't understand why my X Factors are not popping up. It is really annoying me.
Minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Really, Smith? Really?
Card. I ain't never met nobody in the world that's gonna hate on Blues.
Great nomination.
Like, who don't like Blues Clues, bro? If you don't like Blues Clues, you're a loser.
Stugatz.
Look, you get one paw print. That's the first clue. You put it in a notebook. Now what do you do? Blues Clues, Blues Clues.
Sit on the chair and think about it.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with this.
What? What? Yeah.
I think you were discussing the Mike Gundy topic on your show this morning. Your show, Everything Personal with David Sampson. You can download it, rate, review it anywhere you want. But we got some sound from Mike Gundy. So I haven't seen it yet. You understand that Mike Gundy's... You don't know anything that's going on with Give some context before. All I see right now is a still screenshot of Mike Gundy, and he looks just, as an entity, ridiculous. But to be